Good evening, everyone. It is now 5:30, and I will call this regular meeting of the Burnsville City Council to order. It is our work session.
We're in the arena now.
That's right. So our work sessions are, we're getting feedback, that's why you're here.
Sounds like we're at
Yeah, there's some laughter is because we're getting feedback. But our work sessions are informal. And let it be known that our work session is in person and online. Council members and staff are in the chambers, and some of our applicants and consultants are going to be with us online. So members of our community can join us on burnsvillemn.gov/meetings, or can view the meeting on Comcast Channel 16 or 859. The public can also participate through Zoom by joining us at zoom.us/join or by calling 651-372-8299. More information is available on our meeting webpage and in the council agenda packet. So we go directly to our agenda items. The first item on the agenda is the YMCA update. And we have with us this evening is the Executive Director of the YMCA, Danny Rubio. And so, Mr. Rubio, welcome, and thank you for coming in and sharing what's going on at the Y. I don't know whether you're going to be there or over here. Where are you?
Where would you like?
Yeah, right there, yeah.
Right here?
You can sit if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You can do that, or you can sit by Jenny Rhodey, yeah.
I have some notes I want to pull up.
Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Oh, then it's going to be up there.
Oh, it's on there? Okay, should I have it over
Okay. So did you have PowerPoint that
there?
you sent?
Yes, I did. I did
Yeah.
have a PowerPoint I was able to go through.
So I bet you it's there, and Michelle will help
I
you.
see it on here already.
Okay, very good.
Awesome.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilman. Thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege to be with you in person. I was just sharing with Melanie that it's been, since I've started my career with the YMCA here in Minnesota, everything has been remote. So I've been seeing people on quadrants, so this is a good first opportunity to meet our leaders in person. So just want to share with you a bit of an update on the YMCA and kind of some of our services that we provide for the community. So who we are, we're a nonprofit charitable organization. We raise funds to help people of all ages and backgrounds benefit by belonging to the Y, and belonging is can be through our membership programs, through our childcare, out of school time, swim lessons, day camp, sports programs, health wellness programs. We have a variety of programs that we want folks to feel, be able to be engaged and feel a sense of belonging. We've been serving the Burnsville community since 1970, and currently in the facility that we're at since 1998. Along with the facility that we serve out here in Burnsville, we also have a day camp in Lakeville, Day Camp Streeflin, which just started serving about 300 kids daily yesterday, so just the start of the summer. And a lot of those youth come from the Burnsville area, Apple Valley, South Metropolitan area. We also have a Lakeville Early Childhood Learning Center that was built in 2018. And early on in the pandemic, we were serving about 55 youth. By the end of 2020, we were serving about almost 130 youth. And it started off with Tier 2, but then that expanded to offer care for more individuals that were going back into work. So I want to share a little bit of our strategic alignment. Our mission has always been to put Christian principles into practice through programs that build healthy spirit, mind, and body for all. Our vision, this is a calling to me, is to serve relentlessly with our community until all can thrive in each stage in life. We really look at from birth through retirement and plus, and really want to be a place for all to feel welcome and have a space at the Y. And our values has been caring, honesty, respect, and responsibility. And we've recently looked at equity and added equity as a new value for things we want to emulate at the YMCA. So equity has been a big one, and it's actually been one of the reasons I came to Minnesota is because the YMCA of the North has been a pioneer in really advancing equity and within the YMCA programs, and is one reason I came to the Y here. So a little background. I've been in Illinois all my life, and all my career has been with either the Chicago YMCA or some independent YMCA. So this is really the first time outside of the state of Illinois, and I've been loving everything about Minnesota, even in this very trying time.
Even the Vikings?
Well, you know, still a Bears fan at heart. But we go through the same difficulties, I'll say.
At least we're not the Windy City. And
Yes, it's been fun though. But I am a Cubs fan and an American League Twins fan now. So
I'm right there.
our impact alignment. So we've really look at servicing under 3 pillars, and youth development being one, healthy living being another, and social responsibility. So for youth development, we want to increase opportunity for and achievement for youth. And we do that through several different programs. Youth development is really a large scope on how we serve our youth. For healthy living, we want to improve equity, access, and well-being. And well-being can be different for each individual. It could be a group exercise class. It could be just being able to come to a place and find sanctuary and having quality childcare and support where you can kind of just as a parent, kind of just step away. So equity or well-being can mean a lot of different things for an individual. And for social responsibility, you know, want to become a multicultural, anti-racist, and anti-oppressive organization. And we do that through the work we and how we serve our communities, as well as policies and practices that we have, and we're looking internally on really becoming more anti-oppressive and anti-racist. So the Y is more than just a gym. I share this stat here because it's pretty impactful. When I first came on, it was in the midst of the pandemic. I started in early April, and we were already 2 weeks into the stay-at-home order and closure. And I saw that 20% of our members were still hanging on to their membership to support our Y and what we were doing in the midst of the pandemic. That 20% stayed on for 3 months of closure. It was a little different knowing my previous YMCAs were well below the 20% of members hanging on. So this was just a testament of what the Y has meant to the community and to our members, and wanted to keep those membership dues going through a really difficult time that no one saw what was coming. So as the Y, we shifted resources to support the most vulnerable in our community. We've always been a community center where folks come to the Y and have a place of sanctuary, as I said, or have a place of community and bonding. And it was difficult because that wasn't the case. We weren't able to, social distancing really impacted the core of our operational model. And where other fitness centers closed their doors, the Y opened wider, and we ran towards the front line, providing food, childcare services, as well as essential item distribution. And we want to find support and hope for our community. This community response encompasses the YMCA of the North. From the ECLC is the Early Childhood Learning Center. SAC there is our school-age program. We had Youth and Family Services, services that provide housing and resources for homeless young adults and teens. Senior support services, food distribution. We did partner with the Red Cross and did blood drives, at our locations where most locations weren't open to blood drives. The Y really stepped in and provided this space for blood drives. We continued operating our New American Welcome Centers. We like most companies, we offered a virtual platform for folks to continue to stay healthy, and so we offered the Y at Home, basic necessities, essential distribution items. When things were flying off the shelf and weren't able to be accessible for families, and our senior population, we had an essential distribution that worked in part same time when we were doing our food distribution. So you'd pick up a meal and some toilet paper, cleaning supplies. Camps and our neighborhood centers. So here's an overall scope of a COVID impact. The financial impact full year for our association was about $45 million, and that is, our model is mainly on revenue from membership dues, and with our vaccine distribution coming out later into this year, folks were just not ready to come back to the Y and participate. So we saw a really significant impact in our financials. We've approximately, for Association Y, we're about 50% of where we were pre-COVID. And here in Burnsville, it was about a $3.8 million loss in revenue, and we're seeing about 40% of our members returning at this point, which again is not what we've expected at this time, but that's the reality that we're facing. And now we're seeing more community confidence grow and folks coming back, but it's been a long haul. And national impact, just kind of want to share that there's been a lot of Ys that have closed because of COVID and just unable to continue to serve in their communities. I know in Chicago, they closed 3 different YMCAs there.
Permanently?
Permanently, unfortunately, yeah. So, and there was this number, we expected about a third of YMCAs to be impacted in some capacity, and we haven't got the full total of where that's at now, but it's less than a third of YMCAs, which we're really grateful for. But there's still a lot of YMCAs were impacted and had to close due to.
Any of our Ys in the metro area closed permanently?
We had the Lino Lakes YMCA did end up closing, and the River Valley YMCA in Prior Lake has not opened up in its traditional operational sense, but has gone through a reimagining process and worked with community leaders and the city of Prior Lake on reimagining that YMCA. So we just opened up yesterday access to the aquatics facility there in partnership with the Minnesota Storm Swim Club and the city of Prior Lake,
Okay,
to be able to offer something this summer. A summer we've all been looking for.
yeah.
Here's some overall impact again. 2020, we saw almost about 40% loss in staffing. So I share this because our model is a little different now. So as you see here, it says executive director over 1 to 2 locations and a product assignment. So like for me, I'm over the Burnsville YMCA. I'm also over the River Valley YMCA, and I also support aquatics for the association. So we're stretched. We're working with less resources within our association, but we're kind of moving towards a move forward plan. And this also also impacts like our program sites as well. So our community response, locally, the Burnsville YMCA really focused on several ways that we can continue to respond and meet the needs of our community. We did Forever Well wellness calls, so that was active older adults, seniors. We called them pretty frequently on a monthly basis, just check in, see if there's any supports that they needed, if they needed, if they felt isolated, if just giving them resources on whether it was they're in a financial hardship. Just wanted to connect them and touch base with them and see, you know, how if there's anything we can do. It was very well received. We've made significant amount of calls over the course of the year. Virtual classes and groups where we couldn't meet in person, we moved towards all virtual opportunities for our community. And these were open to anyone that was looking to participate. We provided the emergency childcare at Burnsville, and then it was shifted to Egan YMCA and at the Lakeville Early Childhood Learning Center. We did food distribution beginning late March all the way through September with fresh foods, and then non-perishable items through Sheridan Story, formerly known Sheridan Story, but now it's every meal, and we're still doing distribution at the YMCA. As I mentioned before, we offered Red Cross blood drives. We offered actually a total of 4, and they would fill up by 24, 48 hours once it was posted. Always full by appointments. In our essential item distribution or donation center. Saw a significant amount of our community supporting that. So we worked in partnership with Hart Warehouse in Shakopee that they provided donation essential items for the month of May and June, and then after that it was really maintained by members and staff and community members that would leave what they can and take what they needed. So it's still maintained today. It's just housed in our vestibule coming into the YMCA. So here's a few photos that I wanted to share on the essential item distribution. We had it curbside pickup, trying to make it as easy as possible for folks. Firefly was at Firefly Credit Union. Now it's True Stone was also contributed several items along with the Hart Warehouse. Here's one of our blood drives that we held at the YMCA, and always full, and several pints were donated every time. Out of school time, so it's looking. This is right at the beginning of summer where we had our out of school care, and then we also did a distant learning happening at the YMCA as well. And here's just an item of some of the partnerships with Loaves and Fishes, which provided the daily fresh foods. So moving forward, strategic action plans. I shared we want to eliminate disparities and eradicate unjust systems to become an anti-racist, anti-oppressive organization as we serve all. And these are kind of our move forward on how we can do that. And it's going to be building bold strategic partnerships. We know that we've got a lot of community partners, a lot of partnerships that are in the community that can help us broaden our reach and deepen our impact. So it's not just the why going to be doing this, but we're looking at not having competing priorities with other organizations that are doing the work in the community. We're just trying to help them lift it up and have more access to maybe some of our members, some of our community. Create new programs and services for expanded and sustainable impact for our communities and the why. We know we've learned a lot in this time, both about access and accessibility and equity, and we know that the virtual platform will come through in a hybrid model. We know, our distant learning was very impactful for our schools and for our students. So that we know we're very creative and we find a way to continue to serve and serve safely. So we will continue to do those programs as needed. And we want to work alongside with the community to serve know, it's not all about, it's not just at the YMCA, it's about really listening and connecting with community leaders on pressing needs so that, you know, we can leverage all of our resources to best serve. And then enhancing our digital platform to expand and enhance our mission delivery. We know that a lot of folks worked out from home and found their own routines, and you know, that may not change now that restrictions are lifted and folks are able to come back to the Y. So we want to be able to provide something that is still of value and of a benefit, and not just on a well-being side, but on a development side too. Just through our Equity Innovation Center and our equity journeys that we're all taking part of with the YMCA.
Will the teachers at the Y, for instance, the Dave who does yoga has a program that comes out of the Y, is he going to still do that virtually, or is that all going to come back in person?
Yeah, no, he does both. He's our hybrid instructor, so he'll continue doing the virtual option, and he'll be in person as well.
And Jen and Jenny and their programs as well?
Jen, they're mostly in person.
They're back doing in person?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Yep.
Because throughout all of COVID, they were
They did
doing.
not stop.
They did not stop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And they did that out of, you know, how big their hearts are. They
Yeah.
wanted to continue serving, and they, you know, whether it was at the Y or they wanted to.
They were innovative.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
We learned a lot from them too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll pause there and answer any questions. Just wanted to kind of share a little bit about the Y and how we've continued to serve and things we've learned, and you know, just kind of give you an overview of the impact that COVID has had on us. And we feel we're in a recovery year, and we're going to continue to work to find ways to continue to serve. And you know, now that things have opened up, it's been great to be able to meet with other community leaders and trying to find ways to develop programmings and offerings, because it's been, you know, it's been difficult on a virtual setting. And I'm a very extrovert. I like to meet people, I like to talk to people. I feel energy, and I'm driven by that. And that's really, you know, something that I'm looking forward to now that things have lifted up. And
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that the Burnsville Y continues to improve in its membership coming back. So that's great. And you are all being innovative with regard to how you manage the Ys and leveraging the administrative service, like you taking on not only just Burnsville, but the Prior Lake Y. So thank you so much for coming in and sharing all of that with us. Councilmember Schultz.
So when you're looking at developing new programs, can you give me an idea of what that means or what you're considering, what that would look like?
yeah, so we know there's our outdoors program. Just looking at even all of our areas of service, we have an opportunity to really leverage like all of our program areas and really have access to our to even our, just like our, I think of Day Camp Streetflin. There's an opportunity there to really leverage that outdoor space. And you know, traditionally it's been through some group settings, through District 191, through our day camp, but you know, recently our Forever Well group went out there and got to experience some mindfulness meditation out there. And I think it's just leveraging all of our facilities, our grounds, and just, you know, providing that access and opportunity for folks to utilize. That's just one piece. There's so many other ways that I think we can really look at continuing to serve and broaden that. But it'll take some support and some partnerships to really be able to bring it to fruition.
Okay, Councilmember Gustafson?
I'm glad you mentioned Camp Streetflin. Are the overnight camps opening this year?
They are. This is the first since the pandemic that they are able to open. They're operating, I'm not sure the exact capacity, but they are operating this year. And that was one thing that we were really excited about, because last year we offered kind of some opportunities for families to be able to utilize the outdoor, the overnight camps, but not to the extent of where we have in the past, where groups would come together, so.
Can I follow up real quick? Are you in
Yeah.
a position where some scholarships can happen? I know when I was younger, I got to Minojan and Otago and a few because of scholarships.
Yeah, absolutely. So last year, 2019, we raised about $110,000 in contributions that were able to support families that were dealing with financial hardship, to get them to day camp or even to overnight camp. And we saw a significant drop-off in contributions. In 2020, we raised about 55, so almost 50%. So we're trying to grow our contributions to support that, but we have not given up on providing those scholarship opportunities, even though we're not, if we offer $100,000 in scholarship and we only raise 55,000, that's obviously not sustainable, but we want to continue to offer that because we know it's a space that's absolutely necessary for families, especially with so much hardship happening. We're seeing an increase in scholarship requests.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Rubio. Thank you for coming in and presenting, because this is really great, because presenting tonight, this will continue to run, and the community also will hear about the report of what's going on at the Y. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you. The next item is the multimodal and complete streets presentation. Our city engineer, Jen Desrude, is going to be presenting and also introducing our representatives from SEH and Alta. Ms. Desrude.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So this is our first of 3 meetings with you on multimodal and complete streets. And tonight, we're going to introduce the project and then hopefully have a good discussion. We're looking for some feedback to help direct us in the study. So we have with us from SEH, Heather Kienitz, and from Alta, Colin Harris. And so they can take it away from here. I'll be just forwarding the slides for them.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm Heather Kienitz, Senior Traffic Engineer with SEH. I've been there for 23 years, and my colleague on this project, Colin Harris, is an engineer from Alta Planning and Design, and he'll join me in sharing the project with you and also spending time discussing some questions with you. For our agenda, we're going to spend about 10 minutes to review study highlights, because we really want to spend more of our time with you to get feedback at the end of the presentation. Next. The multimodal study and complete streets policies funded by capital improvement funds and also in part by a grant that was awarded by Dakota County using statewide health improvement partnership funds. The study and plan are intended to meet citywide goals and policies to develop a safer and more inclusive transportation system for all users. We're going to provide implementation strategies to help improve walking and biking networks across the city. And we're in the middle of a really robust engagement process to identify more priorities and opportunities across the community. And specifically, we're engaging with SHIP target populations such as senior citizens, people of color, people with low incomes, and other folks experiencing health disparities, which is a requirement as part of that grant funding. Also, the Complete Streets study and multimodal policy and complete street study is intended to enhance several outcomes across your whole community, including livability, which is called out a number of times in the city's comprehensive plan and is also in the city council's strategic priorities. And lastly, our project is planning to wrap up in September. Next. So when we talk about complete streets, to put it most simply, what are they? They prioritize safety, comfort, and access to destinations for everyone using the street. People who are driving, walking, rolling, bicycling, taking transit. And importantly, they serve folks whose needs may not have been met by the traditional approach to planning and designing our streets. You can see the photo on this page. This was taken last summer on a really hot, humid, 90-plus degree day, similar to those we've had in the last week or two. And we were out doing a field walk for the Highway 42 study, along with Jen and others from the county and others from the city. And we saw a lot of people along 42 who clearly weren't there for recreational purposes, but because they had to be there. This was not a leisurely trip. These were trips to retail areas along that 42 corridor. So it's really important to recognize that while Complete Streets can serve recreational trips and reduce things like motor vehicle emissions, they are also really a necessity for transportation equity to provide access to people who need it the most. Next. The multimodal plan is going to be a blueprint for future investment in your future network. As I mentioned previously, action-oriented recommendations are going to be based on a data-driven analysis that we'll start talking about in a little bit. In addition to trails, sidewalks, bicycle lanes, connections to transit, we're also going to identify opportunities for new and shared mobility, things like scooters, bike share, electric vehicle charging stations, and car share. Next. The Complete Streets policy through this process will demonstrate the community's commitment to support that safe travel by any mode for people of all ages and abilities. It's going to provide that multimodal balance to transportation projects and include active transportation guidelines that are rooted in both local and national best practices. And we also need to ensure that those guidelines align with the city's goals. And a key to this work is that it's going to bring consistency to the city for future efforts. Next. So 2 weeks ago for our community engagement, we launched our project website, our public survey, and a wiki map, which is an opportunity to provide location-based comments on a mapping program. And it also provides an opportunity for people to add their email address to get project updates. We're also advertising the website and survey via social media, things like Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, and we've distributed flyers in 3 languages to places that are affordable housing locations, cultural destinations, religious centers, and locations that are frequented by Black, Indigenous, and people of color, or owned by folks of that group. We also created photo booth cutouts, which were used just last weekend at the Back to the 80s car show, where we were there to promote the project along with the 42 project. We intend to put those around the city at different locations based on different events, whether it's Party on the Plaza in July or other openings or events for people to take part in. I know that last weekend some folks were taking pictures in it and using them, doing well, not selfies, but having their friends take pictures based on the feedback I got from our engagement team last weekend. So we're planning more in-person events as we're coming out of COVID to connect with folks. And then also we have a stakeholder advisory committee, which includes representation for seniors, transit, from someone from MBTA, a driver, people with disabilities, and businesses. Next. So we've analyzed a number of existing conditions to help inform this work, and they were summarized in a technical memorandum, which I believe you were given in your council packet. We're not going to go through the whole memo, but just at a high level, this work included a review of the current and existing proposed bicycle and pedestrian network as it sits right now in Burnsville. So this is really our starting point. This is where we begin. And we're going to be building on this map that you see. And just for information, generally those dashed lines are planned routes currently, and those solid lines are existing. So this is our start point. We're gonna build on this effort. Next. So when we think about walking, biking, taking transit, and driving around the city, land uses are really important. So our existing and planned land uses in the city that we have on this map are going to inform our work as they show where those future and existing origins and destinations are in the city and where we would need to make those connections for people. Next.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We wanted to share a couple examples as we get into the questions and answers. We'll have about 7 or 8 questions we want to discuss in just a few minutes. But first, I want to share a couple examples as we get into the multimodal needs assessment part of the plan. This first idea is about short trails or neighborhood accessways. We know that regional trails facilitate those longer distance travels to regional destinations. But the focus of a local trail network is on improving that connectivity between the neighborhoods, the parks, the schools, the libraries, and the commercial nodes in Burnsville. Even short segments of trails can make really big impacts on that connectivity when they provide more direct connections between destinations that the roadway network does not facilitate. So for example, in that left image, that's showing the most direct route in this certain context. And this is just a hypothetical context, which takes you along a roadway. The idea in the right is that if you provide more short trails, you provide these neighborhood accessways, which really enhance those connections between places where people live, where they work, and where they go to play. So these local trail networks that serve a transportation purpose, as well as providing recreational activities, can really generate the most benefits. And they can really complement the on-street walking and biking network. Next slide. This is one more example we just wanted to share. So we're thinking about walk sheds and this idea of how far can you walk in about 15 or 20 minutes? In other words, about 1 mile for most people. This example illustration is along McAndrews Road, taking a destination like Aldi, for example, and someone's home, which is about a half mile away. And this example, we show that kind of straight line as the crow flies buffer around that grocery store, that 1 mile walk shed. In other words, if it were straight and direct, it's a 15 or 20 minute walk for most people. Next slide. Then we start to layer on those existing sidewalks and trails, and we start to see how a trip from home to Aldi might be possible along those major roadways. The next slide. And then we start to think about the crossings required to reach Aldi. And we see that it's not really possible to reach Aldi without going through stressful crossing. And when we say stressful, we're thinking about crossing a roadway with multiple lanes. Maybe there's not a marked crosswalk. And it starts to feel stressful as someone, especially if you're a family, maybe walking with a 4-year-old, you're in a wheelchair. And this idea of stress is something that we start to think about when designing for multimodal facilities. So this is just an example of what we're starting to do. Think about what might be some of the barriers for some of those trips that might be possible. If there were a safe and comfortable connection between places where people live, work, and play. So maybe I'll pause it there. I think we're going to get into the questions and answers part of the topic tonight. Next slide.
Yeah.
Are there any questions before we get onto the discussion part?
Yes, I already have Councilmember Keeley and then Councilmember Schultz, and I also have some questions. Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you covered the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, including residents, community leaders, representing different ages, racial, ethnic backgrounds, occupations, interests, and abilities, you didn't actually touch on all of those when you commented on it, and I'd assume that you were not trying to name everybody, but are we going to include users like those in wheelchair-enabled bikers, call it rollerbladers, scooters, as well as walking pedestrians when we look at this, and we put this Stakeholder Advisory Committee together?
Councilmember, yes, we do have a couple people with disabilities on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. We have a couple of avid bicyclists. We have a variety of people, so I didn't list every single group. And we've been trying to continue to target some additional people of color. There's a couple different organizations that we've been trying to reach. And of course, at this time, there's a lot of competition for folks' time with a lot of the other things that are going on in the world. And so we're trying to get some time from some people to better reach the Somali community. So we're augmenting our Stakeholder Advisory Committee with outreach, specific engagement efforts in different parts of the community to flyer and get more information and do in-person engagement with people too. So we've tried to provide a mix, and we can provide that list and information to you.
Was there a specific area, making sure that we had good representation from our renters who may or may not depend on public transportation for commuting and walking, obviously?
Yes, yep, there are a couple areas that we've targeted that have specifically, are listed in our engagement plan. I don't have them off the top of my head. If you recall, Colin, feel free to jump in, but there's a couple specific areas. Or Jen, I know you spoke with Chelsea today as well, our engagement lead, that we have targeted that are specific to people who would be more transit dependent, so that we can reach them, multifamily housing units. And we looked at the demographics in the community to look at where we find populations that are below county average incomes, as well as people of color. So I'm trying to look at sort of a Venn diagram of where those different locations might be.
Great. Sounds like you're being obviously very inclusive to make sure we have all perspectives and diverse opinions at the table to give us the best feedback. I appreciate that. Just wanted to note one of your maps that you had gone through, Mr. Harris, had a line going right through a house. Was that meant to actually?
Two houses.
Two houses. Was that meant to actually go maybe around and between houses, like create a path that, between homes to get from one point to another, that instead of just a line right over the top of a home? Or is that a cul-de-sac?
Those are cul-de-sac. I believe you're mentioning or referencing the short trails, those neighborhood accessways. Yeah, I think it's on the screen right now. And that's meant, those kind of magenta lines are meant to kind of show the connection between a cul-de-sac, for example, and a street where there might not be a place to get through at this time. And it's meant to show, if you were to connect roadways with these neighborhood accessways, then you could potentially have a more direct route for, in this case, a student to walk to school, for example.
Sure.
Where they might not feel comfortable
I took the
doing
map, the dots as homes and driveways versus cul-de-sac streets type of things. But anyway, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, which means that we're going to make sure if you're going to have trails that are going to go from home to a school or to a library, that those neighborhoods, because that's getting into their property, and there's property owners' rights. So if we're going to put a trail through there, they have to be engaged in the process, and I know that you all know that. And Jen is smiling, she knows that very well, so, okay. Councilmember Schultz.
So are you actually proposing that we take or purchase sections of people's property so we can put trails through them? Because if it's not their house, it's their yard.
Yeah.
So is that the proposal that you're starting to float out to us?
I can answer that. I think we're just trying to take your temperature on that idea, and one of our questions is about that when we get into the discussion.
You're going to be looking for a right-of-way. It's a taking.
And it would be, if we could, a willing seller. We wouldn't be doing eminent domain or anything of that nature. But if there's an opportunity for a neighborhood to connect and the neighborhood is interested, it's a possibility.
So only purchases? Okay, although that was not my question, if I can sneak my question in. Sorry, I was a little sidetracked by that. Glad that you're talking to all different types of stakeholders, but whenever I see discussions of complete streets, I see them for cars, I see them for pedestrians walking, and I see them for bicycles. From what I hear from people who use wheelchairs, mobility scooters, electric scooters, they neither want to be on the type of sidewalk that we have, nor do they want to be in the street with the bikes. And that's my quandary, is if we're going to spend a considerable amount of money to do something like this, I do not want to do it in a way that if we're going to call it a complete street, the sucker better be complete. So that's what I'm looking for in future proposals. Because if it's not incorporating ways For those people, I'm not interested in spending a huge, considerable amount of money to do something halfway. So that's my feedback on this.
Councilmember Workman.
Thank you. And could we jump to that stress map really quick? I'm sure this has been part of the discussion, but I'm curious how the impact of stress reduction is going to play into the desire for streamlining roads like 42, where we're trying to kind of eliminate some of these areas in conjunction with trying to make them easier for pedestrian crossing.
Ms. Kinitz or Mr. Harris? Do you have,
Yep, yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Workman. So when we think about stress and what that means, it's a variety of, how you feel as a person walking, rolling, and I always say rolling because I think about people in those ECVs and in wheelchairs, bicycling, taking transit. When we think about those folks and think about stress, and when it's higher stress, it's less comfortable. And so when we think about roads like 42, which we are currently working on that Highway 42 study, we recognize that those at-grade crossings are not necessarily going to be less stressful. There might be opportunities like the currently proposed underpass or those types of things for those larger roadways like 42. And when we aren't able to do that, some of the improvements we've recommended on the 42 study are things that provide for a variety of improvements at those intersections, eliminating free right turn movements, looking more closely at opportunities to check the radius of the turn of the actual corners. Are there opportunities for truck aprons? Making sure that we have ADA accessible signals. Right now, the entire corridor doesn't fully have that. Those types of improvements on a roadway like 42. Obviously, every crossing can't necessarily be made to be a grade separated crossing, but there are things we can do at those crossings to make them better. And then as we reduce or think about the rest of the types of roadways, those collector roadways, and other roadways that are maybe perhaps less stressful, but still stressful because maybe they're a 3-lane roadway or a 4-lane roadway. What can we do to improve those from a pedestrian and bicyclist and disabled person and transit perspective? Can we create curb extensions, and what kinds of tools are in our toolbox to improve connectivity for those folks? I'm not sure if I'm getting at your question. That's why I paused a bit to answer it, because I wasn't exactly sure if what I was thinking met your needs. So please, Councilmember Workman, let me know if you wanted something else.
No, I think you touched on it. This kind of starts to feel like it's working in contrast with what the County Road 42 study is trying to accomplish. But for, an underpass at the Burnsville Center, I don't know how you alleviate these completely, but I think you kind of touched on that there's technology evolving and things happening that could help but not completely eliminate at some of these positions. And the idea of an underpass is so far, not 50 years down, but it's just not something that's happening in the next 5 years. But this map would maybe look a little bit different with maybe more focus on that singular point than multiple. But you did help kind of answer that question, so I appreciate that.
okay.
Councilmember Workman, just to elaborate a little bit on the 42 study, the team that I'm working with, I'm on the multimodal part of the team, has gone through and identified potential improvements at each intersection location. That would be some of those amenity or those fixes to some of those challenges. There's a lot of right-in, right-outs that have a pork chop type island that would require somebody disabled to go up and down and up and down and up and down to get there. Having flat cut through access is one of the many recommendations we have. So there's a lot of ADA recommendations included in the study, and maybe they just haven't quite been presented to the council yet.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilmember Gustafson.
Not a question, Madam Mayor, but more a comment. In my neighborhood over in Leisure Estates and over in Vista View, that we have several of these paths that go between houses that hit the Burnsville Parkway. They go from Lakota up to Knob Hill up there and that, so, and I see a lot of people using them all the time, so your concept of what you're showing, we're already doing some of that in the city, and it's really just finding out where some of the other paths would be that would kind of help eliminate a few steps to get around it, but as I say, I see a lot of people using it. And I agree with you, the wheelchair situation, I got a lot in my neighborhood.
Right.
And that's why I was so adamant about getting those sidewalks done, because they were just struggling in the winter with that. So if we do it, it has to be very ADA. Just a comment.
Thank you. One of the things that you're doing that I really like, and because right now, as we started this process a while back to look at complete streets, we started with Portland. So there's some areas there that bikers can go down, and there's some parking areas right on Portland from McAndrews going over to 42, so that stretch have turn lanes, but you have. And then we also went over to Williams Drive. And then this last time around, Travelers Trail. Now, I want to tell you, Councilmember Schultz, I see motorized wheelchairs, folks, using the bike path on Travelers Trail because it's wide. Not only is there a bike path, but there's also an area for cars to park. And so it works very well because that's one of my routes that I walk. And so I have seen them on the street using those bike paths, and they work, and they don't seem like they're afraid that they're going to get hurt. I know during COVID, one of the things that I did when people are walking on the sidewalks, because they're not the wide ones, they're narrow, some would just cross over and walk on the street side where it's identified for a parking space, and that also worked. So when we're looking at complete streets, there are, because I see a lot of this stuff coming through, whether it's through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where we're looking at transportation corridors, complete streets, there's a lot of models around all of that. So I know that with the work that you're doing, that you will do that. One of the things that you also ask in the background is that who are you missing? When you're looking at destinations, I think you should also be talking to Experience Burnsville, because they're a destination organization for us, and they also market. So they should be part of the group that you're engaging with. But looking at who you have in terms of your analysis, that's one group that I didn't see on your list that you might want to add. It's Experience Burnsville. Yeah, but also the other thing that you also talked about were some shorter roundabouts. So instead of the full roundabouts, smaller roundabouts that you have in the background.
I think that's the traffic calming policy that we're talking about.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
that's my
I
next
know,
one.
okay, traffic calming, okay, when we get to traffic
Yeah.
calming, but so, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Okay.
We
But
do have
that-
about 8 questions, and I think we've started to get into that discussion. I'm wondering if we
Yeah.
could maybe go to the questions.
Sure.
And the first one is kind of already to the point of those direct connections through maybe public land or private property, the connections. And I'm wondering if there's any other feedback other than what we've received so far, making sure that we're getting easements from willing sellers if we were to go that route. Is there any other thoughts?
Councilmember Schultz.
Well, other than the fact that, yes, it would definitely need to be voluntary, and that's something that the neighborhood would want, the second part is the cost of it. Buying 1 or 2 little strips through someone's or two neighbors' property is one thing. Starting to stack them up, that's quite another. And then the maintenance of those little pathways when it's through someone's yard, and if you're talking about a pathway and you're talking about people on wheels being able to get through there as well and to have it be ADA compliant, now you're also talking about how the city maintains it and how they can maintain it in a way, if you're going through someone's yard, isn't disrupting their yards. I guess, I mean, like, every time I think about this, and I realize that there are official and unofficial trails through people's yards. I get that, you know, and a lot of times they're unofficial. But once it's an official one where the city has purchased and has to maintain and be responsible and liable for that, that's just opening up a lot of questions for me, especially on cost. Because like I'm starting to like add up some maintenance costs on this. And we already just took on doing the sidewalks. You know, that's something that we did because people were having trouble getting around, like a sidewalk wouldn't be done and, you know, and then they're in the street where they don't want to be. Would those same vehicles service those? How many of them would we have? How many hours is that? Is that another employee? I don't know. I guess I have a lot of questions on that. The connections through parking lots, I mean, that might be an easier easement with a business, you know. But there again, do we need to purchase that?
I think those are great questions. I'm jotting down the feedback and
Yeah.
we'll have, I think, responses as we're putting together the plan.
Okay. Councilmember Workman.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz kind of touched on one of my questions about maintenance, but then kind of to tag on to that, something worth thinking about is, are these going to be lit trails for public safety purposes? And then is that going to be something that's going to be incorporated in the cost as well? And then impact on neighborhoods as well?
Okay.
Councilmember Gustafson.
When I look at things like this, I look at it as part of the economic development of our city as well. Walkability is a score that all cities get, and young families look for good walkable cities what they move into. I think we're at a 38 right now or something, and maybe has gone up since the last time I looked. And so we do have a ways to go to improve, but that does attract residents and businesses to your city if you can get around easily without the use of an automobile. That's always been kind of the slam on the suburbs, that you had to get in a car to go anywhere, and people want to walk places these days. And last year certainly proved that. Everyone's out walking, and I haven't seen them slow down on walking since. So it's I think that's going to continue on. So I think we have to kind of weigh that a little bit too. Is how does that help us with the economic development of the city and the growth of our city as we move forward in the 21st century here?
For me, it's really about the taking of private property. So if we're going to make sure that if we're going to do a trail that's going to go through that neighborhood, and those property owners need to be very much a part of the discussion. And I would say that if they're not in favor of it, because we've done this in the past, and people just don't like others even in their backyard. And, you know, and it's also a safety issue. I would want police to have a view of these trails, and I'd like their feedback about what that all means. So when we're going to be looking at all of this, I think these are all items that need to be explored.
Okay. Understood. We should probably move on to the next question, and this is the one that the mayor was alluding to, if we're missing anything, so we can certainly add Experience Burnsville. This is a culmination of the planning commission's additions as well as the PNRC's additions, so it is getting a longer and longer list, but we will add Experience Burnsville. Is there any others that we're missing?
I don't see the chamber on there.
Yeah.
Just if we're gonna be talking to business owners, it'd probably be wise to have the chamber as a partner on that.
All right.
All right?
All right, and then Colin or Heather, do you want to take it from here?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Jen. So for this question, we talked a little bit about higher stress roadways. Those typically are those multi-lane roadways. This question gets at whether or not there are 2-lane roadways in the city that you would consider to be high stress for walking, rolling, or bicycling. And then if so, what makes those roadways feel stressful? So those 2-lane facilities that are intended to possibly be lower stress but aren't.
Are you saying to go along them or cross them?
Cross them.
Cross them
Thank you.
Okay.
or go along them, truthfully.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some stress felt going along, but crossing is the main.
Okay, Councilmember Workman.
County Road 11, actually, County Road 11 was way more stressful, and then when we reduced it down to 2 lanes, it seems like it got.
County Road, not ours.
Oh, well, are we considering county roads as far as crossing?
Yeah, but,
I thought that was a wise choice, because at least I have the perception of it feeling slower. But I do think there are pockets on that road, especially when you get up the hill, that are not easy to cross during certain times of day.
when we're doing that, the county should be part of that group that we're talking to, because we're doing County Road 42 and 11, and then, of course, we need MnDOT on 13.
Part of that RPMT county, we have 2 county members that are participating, so we have county.
Oh, that's right, because they were before us on County Road 42. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And any others you can think of off the top of your head? If not, we can keep going.
Yeah.
I'll just chime in on
Councilmember
the
Keeley?
recent change to Travelers Trail, living on it and listening to the traffic and the mufflers or the lack thereof. It was a drag strip until we condensed the lane to 1 lane and put a bike lane in. When I think, even though it's highly residential, there's a park right across the street, an apartment, and then other homes. When there's 2 lanes either direction, it just seems like it's a license to go faster because the road seems so much wider, because you see 4 lanes in front of you. So if you're in one and there's not a lot of traffic, punch it and use it as a little way to blow out the carbons in your catalytic converter. Since it's gone down to 1 lane, I would say, this is just purely my observation. We don't have any traffic clicker out there testing speeds. But it's now more rare that when I see somebody take the turn or come through the intersection at Eagle Ridge and then go really, really excessively over the speed limit. And I think that's an example of traffic calming by making it a single lane. And of course, fresh, smooth pavement is always an opportunity for somebody to go fast, so there still is a few there. Some of them apparently live in the apartment complex because there's a short stretch from the intersection of Eagle Ridge to the entrance to the apartment complex. And we still hear people flooring it only to hammer the brakes to make the turn into the apartment complex.
The drag strip has moved to the
Okay.
Burnsville Parkway now.
Yeah, it's a Burnsville Parkway, yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be 2
Are there
lanes.
any others, or should we move to the next question?
Okay. Next.
Okay, Madam Mayor, council members, are there specific locations that you would identify in that near term that have needs for low stress connections or routes for people walking, rolling, and biking?
I can't think of any. I think the high-stress areas you've identified, and that is County Road 42. Now, I remember we had, and I also talked about this at one of the meetings that we had, because we had so many complaints about people trying to cross over from the north side to the south side. So I thought, okay, then I'll go try it. Well, I didn't have the courage to even cross it, even when the lights were, because people were going fast, but also it was a high-stressed area, and it's 4 lanes, both directions, so.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yeah.
I'd add Aldridge and the Burnsville Parkway as well. That curve there by the hotels, I'm constantly watching people get stuck in the middle of that street trying to get over to the gas station and all that.
Yeah.
And to the bus stops and all that. It's pretty harrowing, because you have this apartment complex on one side and all the hotels on the other, and they're constantly going back and forth.
Yeah. Councilmember Workman.
Dan just made me think of another one on Nicollet near 42 where the Arby's and the Taco Bell are, where there's hotel and more food. That's a horrible area to cross.
Yeah.
And the one that I was thinking of was, it's not bad now, but if things develop the way I think they will at Diffley and 13 with a lot more
Yeah.
residential density in that area, that could become a stressful
Yeah.
intersection.
Yeah, and Public Works Director Peterson knows that we've tried to get a grant to do a pedestrian bridge over on that side, not only there, but also here on 13 to go over to MBTA. But there's a lot of problems, and that has been identified. But it's gone through tab so many times, we just don't make it.
Nicollet 13?
Yeah, 13 and Diffley.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, because so many of the residents in that area, when the kids were going over to Metcalf, but now we don't have Metcalf. But now there's going to be hopefully new businesses around that area.
Our recent efforts have certainly been at Nicollet and 13 much more than definitely, but with the addition, it could
Yeah.
pop up again.
Yeah, I know. It's just, it just doesn't make the grade going up that ladder. Yeah, and then it has a lot of issues with regard to snow removal and ADA compliance. So you can't just have stairs, you're going to have a ramp to go up and cross over. So there are a lot of issues with
Yeah,
those pedestrian.
It's not our high priority at this point. It isn't.
It's slowed down quite a bit over there too, but
Yeah.
if we have a bunch of new residential and development, it could pick up again.
Yeah. Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be remiss without bringing up an intersection that is not, well, there's a lot of traffic, but it's not a typical intersection. Mr. Peterson is well aware of this one. I live at the intersection of Eagle Ridge and Travelers Trail, and that is the entrance and exit to the Cub Food Strip Center in the heart of the city. And we see, and my wife has experienced several near misses of cars shooting the intersection coming out of Cub. It's not the folks coming from the other 3 points in the intersection, turning in or coming across or turning from, eastbound Travelers Trail. It's the folks coming out of Cub. There is a single stop sign on the right, and for some reason, the intersection has no crosswalk painting or anything. It has the red concrete, which isn't necessarily all that distinctive as a crosswalk. Not like a painted yellow or painted white with the hash marks going across. And as Mr. Peterson and I have discussed this, people are they may see the sign, but they just feel, for whatever the reason, that intersection is not a real stop sign, that they can look either way, and if no one is coming, it's a four-way stop. If no one's coming, they can just, do a California rolling stop, but that's even worse than that, because they don't really slow down that much. They kind of slow down enough to take a look, and then they just punch it and go through the intersection. So that particular one, I think we need more of a crosswalk, maybe not to the extreme of what we did in front of the movie theater at the mall, but remember that ring road when that movie theater was being built? We felt that it was critical for everyone parking, all the traffic had to go across that ring road, and the ring road can be a little bit of a ring road racetrack. So we put in some ballards to separate the traffic on either side, and we striped it heavily with yellow crossing. So when you approach it as a car, even when there's nobody around, you really feel like you need to slow down or even stop, even though there's no stop sign there. So visually, we did what it took to tell the drivers, this is a pedestrian area, and slow down or stop, in this case, stop at this intersection. So I think that's what has to happen at the exit and entrance of the Cub Food at Eagle Ridge, because it just isn't perceived as a stop for those exiting Cub Foods.
Well, Councilmember Keeley, when we get to traffic calming, that one and the one of coming out of not only on the east side, but on the west side, to have those short roundabouts so they can't punch it.
Right.
They have, so, and it was in the background, and I think that that's where those two should be, one on the east side going into Nicollet Plaza, and on the west side, because that's where, and when I try to cross to go over to the Cub, yeah, you have to be real cognizant of the traffic in that area. So that's where, when we get to traffic calming, that's where we put it in.
Yeah, the western one doesn't have a stop. We actually have a four-way
Yeah,
stop.
and
Apparently,
there isn't
anyway.
on the west side.
No, the other isn't. The reason I brought it up into this is stress connections and routes for people walking and biking. My wife only walks easterly because she's been hit, or close to hit, too many times. I mean, like, she's a foot away from the car. She's in the intersection walking our dog, and they just shoot right in front of her.
Yeah.
And then make a turn, and which obviously brings the car closer to her, and it's gotten to the point where she just doesn't even want to walk that way because they almost act like she's not even there.
Traffic calming will relieve that stress.
Yeah, I think we need a
Yeah.
different
Hype for
solution for
traffic
that.
calming right now.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
should we move to the
Councilmember
next?
Keeley, I'd also offer, having a little familiarity with this intersection too, I think some of the design guidelines that come out of this process will also address perhaps some of the challenges of a location like that. I know where the stop bar is and where the buildings are and where the sidewalks are might present motorists with the impression that their stop is forward of where it really is. So there might be some design guidelines that come out of this too that would provide a little better direction in that situation.
Thank you.
Okay, well, at least we have some solutions coming up here.
Just a correction,
Yeah.
Mr. Gustafson had mentioned a mid-30s number on our walkability.
38. that was the last
38,
time I saw it.
yeah,
It's
it's,
up higher now.
we're up to 65 on the
Good,
walk score.
thank you.
At
I always appreciate it when you correct me.
City, well, it was actually City Manager Lee sent it to all of us, and I just opened the link and to see the score, and it's pretty good. It's gone up.
That's nice.
Yeah,
We've
very
been doing a lot
good.
of work around town the last few years.
Okay,
Next, ready for the next question?
yes,
So the city council's strategic priorities include the statement that the city of Burnsville, we balance transportation options, including vehicles, bikes, and pedestrians in a safe manner. And our project team would like to hear a little bit from the council about maybe what you were thinking about when you added this priority and what this means to the council. And if there are specific areas where you feel that transportation options aren't balanced, or areas where they are balanced, either way.
okay. Councilmember Keeley.
Well, this brings up something that I picked up from the city of St. Louis Park. They've made pedestrians, bicyclists equal on the priority to vehicles. So what the mayor told me is from the very genesis of any kind of transportation project, the engineers at the engineering level, they go in with the approach that it's, this pecking order. We're going to make this safe and accessible to walkers, wheelchair, bikers, et cetera. And cars essentially comes last. Now, cars are always going to be in the equation, But by approaching it that way, they've ensured to allow pedestrians safe accessibility to get around, which means scooters, bicyclists, anybody using that sidewalk. And I think that's sort of a way to get to where we want to be, and that is just, if we're going to do this, I think Councilmember Schultz said it earlier, if we're going to do it, let's do it right. And I think, I'll cite the MnDOT's issue with the bridge. They spent $150 million on a brand-new bridge, put a pedestrian path on it, and then left the approach side in the flood zone. So basically, they said, cars are first, and we don't really care about pedestrians if it floods, because we're not going to spend I don't know what it would have been. We're going to spend $750,000 total, half of that out of our pocket. Feds gave the other half. But had that been incorporated in the original project, I can imagine it could be done for significantly less than $300 million, because they could have included in all the heavy grading that they were doing at the time. But they chose not to, because I don't think their priority was, even though I've heard it from them over and over and over again, we're making pedestrian access a priority. We're making it, this is as an equitable thing. But that was a big blunder on their part against that policy position. So
Because they don't really mean it.
Yeah,
They
because it
don't
was
really
just
mean it.
talk. Let's just talk about it and make it sound good, but oops, well, we don't really have the funding for that. $150 million, and they couldn't put another $500,000 to put a floodplain in. So I cite that, and I've done that many times. This isn't the first time I've criticized them for it, but I think they need to learn the lesson from that. And I think St. Louis Park's approach is a good model, because it just essentially ensures that if they are going to put a transportation project in place, they're going to make sure that those folks in the wheelchair and those folks that are walking or biking are also going to have access, and it's safe access. The term sidewalk came from, the first one I understand, reading a little history, was many thousands of years, 2,000 years ago, or 2000 BC, the first one. But mid-19th century, in the mid-1800s, sidewalks were created to create a bypass off the road. So pedestrians had a sidewalk, aside from the road, to safely get through. And obviously, our needs have evolved dramatically. In 2010, there was an Accessibility magazine article about sidewalks, and what the goal was to make them, once again, a social, interactive, a place to get from A to B, and, commerce and sociability and kids playing. In other words, that's what the intercity sidewalk really was. They never mentioned in 2010 scooters or bicyclists, even, believe it or not. And that was 2010, and bikes were around a long time. Even, rollerblades were around a lot, but they never mentioned any of that. It was really just everything but that. So today, we need to obviously approach it to support our wheelchair folks, our bicyclists, our walkers, et cetera.
Well, the advent of the automobile became the priority to America.
Yeah.
And so now we have to say that if it's going to be balanced, that it is also pedestrians, bikers, and so forth.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Workman.
Thank you. When I think of the word balanced, what that means is, at least to me, is not forcing things where they don't belong. Let's not look at just adding bike lanes for the sake of adding bike lanes in areas, making sure that they make sense, that they're in areas that are going to be used. You can drive in one of the biggest cities in the state and see bike lanes everywhere that aren't necessarily necessary. And so when I think about balanced, I want to make sure that we're being deliberate and purposeful about where we're doing this. I know we had a discussion about bike lanes in my neck of the woods, and I got kind of passionate about it because, to do that, you'd have to take away a shoulder that residents do use for parking vehicles or other things, and that bikers are using currently kind of as a unofficial bike lane. So just about being deliberate and intentional, and I'm not second guessing anybody in this process as not being deliberate and intentional, but that's just kind of my definition of how balance fits into this.
Councilmember Schultz.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with what is being said so far. So for a while, I had to use a mobility scooter, and I had to use one in Atlanta, which I will never suggest to anyone, because that's gotta be the crappiest city on the face of the earth to try to use one. But I also had to try to use one around here. And I do suggest people give it a go, like just for 1 week. Try to get everywhere on one, because that is going to give you a different perspective of what it's like to use a sidewalk and what it's like to try to use the street. And both don't really work for different reasons. That said, in looking at, what is balanced between those and those kind of things, yeah, we do want to make sure that at a project's inception, because that is the most cost-efficient time to do something like this, that we are looking at what does this need, who is going to be using it, how could it be used in the future. What I don't want us to get into or to be extremely cautious is if we're looking at resurfacing a road or just, doing moderate work on a road, that we're like, oh, well, we're doing work on a road, therefore we're gonna slate that one to be ripped up and have all this other stuff done to it. I do see these types of things as a much longer term project, because I would like to see the pieces incorporated on the schedule as we are getting to that road to do major work on it, where we're ripping it all the way down. That's the appropriate time to do that. Does that mean that you get to it in 5 years? No, it doesn't. But it does mean that you're more likely to do it thoroughly, correctly, at the right time, and get it completed. It also means that you can far more easily incorporate that into the budgeting process, because we'll have a lot of leeway ahead of time, that kind of thing. So when I'm looking at balancing the transportation options to include all of those, I'm also looking at a balance of timeline, cost, and planning. So those are the other areas that I would like to be put in there. And I don't know, I've said it over and over. I'm not a fan of putting a stripe on a road and calling it good. I'm just not. I don't think it's adequate. And I think when we balance the cost of what that is, to literally put a stripe on a road, that cost is completely out of whack with what we get out of that. So that's my thought on it too, is balancing what is the cost and what is the benefit on there.
Okay. Is there anything else? I think you've gotten a lot of information.
Yes, I think the next one is about the shared mobility with scooters, Nice Ride, Our Car, and just overall, are there any concerns or considerations when this is part of the scope of this project, is to think through those new mobility options?
One of the things, because we've all experienced all of these options with these new shared mobilities. The first thing that has come to mind, because I've experienced it not just here, but in Minneapolis and in other cities, where these scooters are left and littering the sidewalk. Or, so if a company is going to come in and they're going to want to put these scooters, like the Bird and the Lime, this is their business, and they need to make sure that those scooters are taken care of, and they're not just dropped anywhere they need to go, because that then falls on our staff to make sure that that sidewalk is safe for all of the pedestrians. The ride share, there has to be a way for those and our cars. The our cars, there must be a place for them to be dropped, for people to know how to pick them up, but they can't be littering the streets. They can't just be left all over the place. And the other thing is that we have overnight parking. So there's, for me, I'm not opposed to any of this. I'm opposed to the irresponsibility of these companies, of not taking care of their assets and not making sure that there's somebody managing their product along the cities. Because I've seen it in Minneapolis, I've seen it in other cities that I've been to. So I want us to be a welcoming community, but also have some good policies in place about all of this. Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a person who's been to a few of the larger cities and enjoyed the scooter way of transportation, and witnessed one fall.
Yeah.
Not by me. But you know, I know their model a little bit. I've talked to some of the representatives and learned a little bit of just, you know, they have a network of, I call it shared maintenance and support, and that is you can get paid for collecting the scooters and taking them home and charging them, and then putting them back out into distribution. So they rely on a system of support, but obviously it doesn't always work. There's some that are left and the batteries are dead, and they're just, they become sort of litter if they're just sort of scattered over everywhere. So, you know, whereas the bike share program had docking stations, the non-dock model is much better because they're in more places, but there still should be some organization to where they might be placed. It's difficult, though, to manage the end user who's just gonna, if they have the ability to park it, stop it, take a photo of where it's located and upload to the app and walk away from it, that's gonna be an ongoing challenge. But I'm delighted that we've been approached by one of them because we knew they were coming at some point, working their way from major metropolitan areas into the first and second tier suburbs. Because I think there's demand for it. I am interested really in how this evolves over time, because I think a lot of, certainly it was for myself and many others, it was the new toy, right? And so how many scooters and how much demand will exist 3 years from now or 5 years from now versus this early adoption stage where it's just fun to do?
Yeah.
And after you hear a few friends crash and, you know, you see some broken teeth and asphalt under the skin on their elbows, you know, the more of those that happen, the less fun it gets and the less appeal there may be. But because, you know, it might say you're required to wear a helmet, but I don't think I've seen a single helmet in San Diego when I was riding them.
Yeah,
Or in
San Diego.
Or in other towns.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah, so it can be personally very, very damaging to a person if they don't know what they're doing.
New
and treat it
Orleans.
like a fun little new toy.
Yeah. Councilmember Workman.
Just a quick piggyback off of that. I actually started using these exclusively on our NLC trips because they're, like Councilmember Keeley said, a little bit more enjoyable than getting in an Uber car. But they don't have very good shocks on them, and so if you are going fast and you hit an on-ramp to a
For
a
example.
sidewalk that
Just an example.
doesn't have an easy plane up, it can be dangerous, and you can
Fall.
Go ahead over
the
heels.
scooter will stop and you will keep going. So just from an engineering perspective, I think we should be aware of maybe pain points in Burnsville that might provide for that opportunity. If we should incorporate them.
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from experience.
Oh, Mayor and Council, we do have just a couple more, and if we can move a little.
I
know
have
we've got-
Councilmember Gustafson wants to speak.
We're having a little bit of fun.
Okay, all
Sorry.
right,
No,
scooters.
I like looking at this type of stuff. It's where society's going today. Yeah, there's probably going to be improvements along the way. The market usually will dictate that in time. If if it's not working well, people just won't use them, and they're have to make a decision to straighten up their act or just move on. As far as like the bicycles and the cars and that, we have more and more residents all the time that aren't buying cars. I mean, I know we're an automobile society, but they're not. I mean, that's one of the reasons why you have all of these transportation hubs happening around where we have multi-housing. Because people rent the apartments, they take the buses to and from work, they can rent a car to run up and do some grocery shopping if they want. And actually, they don't even have to do that anymore. Now they just call Uber or whoever, and they do the shopping for them. So I think it's just how we've evolved in a society that we don't have to have a car which costs you $900 a month to operate any longer. It's cheaper just to rent something for a couple of days. And if you want to go to Mankato or whatever, you rent a car for a couple of days. You go to Mankato, come back and you park it and go back to your apartment or your house. So I think it's good we're really looking at these things, and I welcome to see some of those changes out here. Again, we keep talking about how do we attract younger families to Burnsville, and this is another part of that solution. There's so many parts to it, and this is another one of the moving parts to it.
Okay. Ms. Desrude?
So last question is about EV charging stations. We do have 5 stations with 3 stations with 5 chargers. And we're just wondering if the council would like to see us moving in that direction and finding additional locations.
Can you please answer a question for me? How well are the charging stations being used in the heart of the city? I know that we need to add more, but I'd like to understand how many.
Yeah, so
How
I can get you a report. We have the ability to get reports, and I can send that to the whole council with the use. They are getting used. They're getting not used every day, but they are getting used. And so I can tell you there's some good reports, and I'll send that to the council.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to look at charging stations around the city, they're going to have to be on city property, or else some government property, like over at the library around the center, but it'll have to be in any of our property. But so when I was thinking about what's on the south side, where some of those stations might be, and the only thing I came up with was the library.
Okay.
Yeah, but the other thing is that, if we had at the maintenance center, if that's the one over on the east side, I don't know if the school district would allow us to put charging stations in their parking lots. Because then you have access to different areas, north, south, and east and west. Yeah,
Madam Mayor?
yeah, yes.
Maybe we could chat with private businesses and private properties and work out some sort of arrangement with them to help them getting charging stations into the shopping centers and that sort of thing. And maybe, I don't know if there's something we can do to incentivize them or whatever, where it's on private property, where we're not buying it, and we'll help them get it in there. And
Yeah.
I don't have that fully thought out, but as I was thinking
Yeah.
about it, it's, what did we read here recently? When on a charging station, people tend to shop about 20 minutes longer wherever they're at, if they're using a charging station. If I own a shopping center, I would like to have a whole lot of people out in the back of my lot charging their cars.
Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Keely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was one of my points is, have we approached any businesses, hotels, restaurants
We haven't
to
yet.
partner with them?
And I think that's something that we could put as a recommendation of the plan, if that's something the council's interested in.
I think we need to, it's what Tesla did with their supercharging stations. They funded a good portion of it, but they partnered with local businesses to put them in because they're a draw in the supercharged stations. As I learned, I just took a trip in a Tesla into Wisconsin with our owner on business, and we had to plan our trip around where we could plug in. I learned quite a bit about just what the charging station qualities are, and so I know that from a cost standpoint, what we're putting in is more of a trickle charger, which takes a good 7 or 8 hours to charge a battery.
No, the charge point ones can charge a battery in, I think, an hour.
Oh, that would
Yeah.
be considered a super fast charger then.
I think the Tesla ones are like 20 minutes or something, so it's not the fast one, but it's the medium one.
Yeah, well, that's good. The medium is good, that's good. I mean, that's really good. The slowest are 7 to 8 hours, and they're not bad in a hotel, so the hotel wanted, if a hotel property
Overnight.
wanted to, yeah, because they're gonna come in, plug in at the end of the night, they'll be all charged by morning. The superchargers are, it still takes about 45 minutes to an hour. In the first 30 minutes, you get probably 2/3 of your battery charged. It's very quick, and then it slows down as it gets closer. Plus, even the superchargers, when they come in sets of 6, and they're 2, 2, and 2. So it's 1A and B, 2A and B, and 3. So when you go into a supercharge station, you don't want to park next to somebody if there's somebody in 1A, you want to go to 2A if no one's in the 2 group. Because if you plug into the 1A, it actually slows down both the car that's charging and your own charge rate. So it does sort of split the charging capacity per se. But they are very, very fast. The other chargers that are certainly are the company I work for, the staff who have the cars have experiences more of that 7 or 8 hours, and so it's an overnight type of deal. And so those chargers are pretty much avoided during the day when you really want to keep going from place to place. And you really, if you're going to stop, you'd rather stop for maybe 30 minutes and get 2/3 charge, because that'll take you a long way versus, sitting around for hours waiting for that same level. So I'm delighted to hear that our heart of the city is a fast amp charger in that medium range. And I think the next step is partner with these businesses, because they'll probably want to put them in and partner with it, because they're a draw. They're an absolute draw. The ones that we plugged in Eau Claire were between 2 buildings that was one single strip center. And the strip center owner partnered with Tesla, and it was a constant stream of people coming in to charge and then go get a sandwich, have a coffee, whatever, and patronize the restaurants in that strip center.
Okay, City Manager Lee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I just wanted to let you know that this is coming back. We're looking for some high-level feedback at this point. It's coming back to you in August. I think I'm going to look to Ms. Desrud and see if you've got the information you're looking for tonight.
Yeah, so this is the schedule, and it's, I think, in your packet. Maybe we are coming back in August, and then to adopt the plan in September. Lots of public engagement over the summer. And if you have these locations that you're want to put into our interactive map, you can certainly go to the website and just enter them in, and we can have them. I've made notes, but if you think of others. And that's
Very
it.
good. Thank you.
Thank you to Heather and Colin, and Heather's gonna stay on for the traffic calming, and I committed to under 15 minutes, so I'm gonna go real fast on the traffic calming, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Knitz, and Mr. Harris, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, and so, Ms. Desirut, you have the next one also, and this is the traffic calming.
Yes, so SEH, Heather with SEH has helped us with developing a traffic calming policy. I just wanted to give a background of why we are looking at this. We have received increased speeding complaints. In our residential neighborhoods, there's minimal sidewalks, so people use the street for walking, biking, and playing. We currently have one policy, and it's devoted to speed humps, which is one tool in the traffic calming toolbox. And so we wanted to expand that and come up with a process. So traffic calming is modifications to the street or boulevard that encourages motorists to slow down, improves safety, and improves access for all modes. And so I'm just gonna really fly through the different types. We have them into 2 categories. Category 1 are the less expensive, but less impactful. We do have an education campaign going on right now for traffic safety. So these are 2 of our Facebook posts that are recent, where we've posted videos and encouraged safety. We do have a speed trailer that we move around the city, and that shows people what their speed is, and while it's there, it tends to reduce the speed. We do have on-street parking all over the city, and that's a traffic calming technique to allow on-street parking, because it narrows the road and makes cars go slower. We have pavement markings, which can shrink the road and have a sort of illusion that the road is more narrow. And then we have signage that might tell people to slow down. There's a school. We might have turn restrictions. I put a stop sign. No, that is not a traffic calming technique, but we do get requests for them all the time. And so a lot of times that's there's speeding in our neighborhood, can you just throw in a stop sign? And that's just not a good idea, because people eventually, like Councilmember Keely had mentioned, just start rolling through it if no one's there. So we don't use stop signs as a traffic calming measure. And then there's all these other ones that are physical in nature, actually making changes to the roadway. And I'm gonna go fast through them. I have pictures of each one. A lateral shift is kind of moving lanes around and putting obstructions in the roadway. So all of these are putting some sort of obstruction in the roadway to make vehicles slow down. There's a chicane that kind of makes cars weave through the street with these obstructions. There's a realigned intersection, so cars can't go straight through, they have to go around a bump. There's a traffic circle and a mini roundabout, as the mayor had mentioned earlier, causing something in the middle that makes people slow down to go around it. We have a policy for speed humps, and those obviously cause people to slow down. And then raised crosswalk and raised intersections are more pedestrian enhancements, but it also gets cars to slow down through those intersections. And then corner extensions narrows the approach to an intersection so that less distance for a pedestrian to cross, but also causes the vehicles to slow down as they go through. Choker is another kind of narrowing of the road, causing cars to slow down. A median island. Road diets, we have done those in a few places, as the mayor had mentioned, reducing the number of lanes. And then these ones are kind of the bigger ones. Diagonal diverter kind of makes it not possible to go through, except if you're a bike or a ped, or you could make them sort of emergency vehicles only could go through. And then half closure or full closure. So those are on the sort of bigger extreme, kind of went from low to high on that. So why should we have a traffic calming policy? We'd like to replace our policy regarding just speed humps and make it more tools in the toolbox. We also want to have a consistent process and criteria. Right now, as we're getting requests, might be one person requesting and the neighborhood's not involved. It might be a group requesting. We want to have a process. We want to encourage the citizen participation, and we want to efficiently use our resources so that we're investing staff time and dollars in places where there's a real traffic calming need. So this is the flow chart that was in your packet, and I'll go through these quickly. So the initial contact, we would have a dedicated web page. People could enter through a request tracker, email, phone call, referral to the staff. They can just make that a contact with our staff in a number of ways. And then we would hear the issue and determine if it's eligible for this policy, which would be local or minor collector and primarily residential with roads that are 35 miles per hour or less. And then we'd ask that that person, the requester, get some support for their request. So that not just they alone are seeing speeding, but that their neighbors are witnessing it as well. And so we would ask that 35% or 15 dwelling units support the project, or a project or some sort of a measure, and that they can do that by, we'll have a petition form that they can go around and talk to their neighbors. But if some people are not comfortable doing that, then the city will email a postcard and ask for some support with an online survey or something like that. So we want to give both options, but we would really want the person to get the support themselves, but just offering a side option for people who aren't comfortable, maybe if there's a language barrier or something. And then once we got the support, we would start to invest some staff time in it. We do an engineering study, gather speed data, get traffic volumes, analyze crash history, look at any planned projects in the area, and do a field review. So looking at the roadway characteristics as they are, what are the adjacent land uses, and if there are other multimodal needs. So are there sidewalks already in the area, are there not, that kind of thing. And then if we start to get a lot of requests, we need to be able to prioritize. And so we came up, or SEH came up with this point system where crash history and speed would have higher points. The traffic volume going through the neighborhood would generate points. If it's near school or another pedestrian generator like a library or a park, Is the neighborhood experiencing cut-through traffic? So cars from another neighborhood just cutting right through because it's quicker, easier, faster. And then multimodal needs, again, would be that there are not multimodal options. So the primary way to get around is walking in the street or biking in the street.
Okay.
And then we would review the toolbox and see what are the best options. Category 1 are going to be sort of those educational or low cost, but lower impact. And then category 2 are those physical changes. They're higher cost, they are more robust. And we would, if going with the category 2, always start with a demonstration project that's temporary, that could be removed. And we would evaluate the effectiveness of that temporary installation, review with the traffic committee, and see if there's a recommendation to install a permanent installation. And then poll the neighborhood, because a permanent installation can have a major effect on a neighborhood. So we would want 60% support for a permanent installation if we were to go that way. Install the permanent measure, and I'm recommending that we budget for these $50,000 per year to have some money to do some of these smaller projects. And then after it's installed, evaluate the effectiveness and determine if by doing one of these in one location, did we just push the problem somewhere else? That's something that needs to be evaluated. If you put a diverter in, so through traffic can't go, well, that traffic's gotta go somewhere, so where did it go? And so looking at that and trying to mitigate those issues. I think I did it really fast, and so if you have any questions.
Yeah.
I'm looking for feedback. The next steps would be whatever feedback you have, incorporating that, a final staff review, and then bringing it back to council.
Councilmember Workman.
Thank you, Jen, that was awesome. And this is probably an email that we all get more often than others is this, so this is a really nice way to address that. My only question that popped up for this was when the person doesn't want to do the petition, is staff gonna do a community postcard on every single request, or is there gonna be some kind of differentiator that says that, you know, this is worth sending out the postcard or this isn't? Because I could see you sending out a lot of postcards if we did every single one. And I'm not trying to diminish people's concerns, but there are just some that we get where, you know, that might be the only individual on that block that has that concern.
Right, and so if the council wanted us to pull back on that, we wanted to try and make it available for people who had concerns. It could be a language barrier, it could be just an introvert who's not comfortable going door to door. And so we wanted to open that up, but if the council wants us to pull that back, we can certainly do that.
I was just more considerate of your time and the involvement that it would take for staff to do something like that. But if, I mean, you presented it as such, then I would lean back on you if
So we would tell the requester that the postcards will not be as timely as if they'd go door to door. So we would put it in our queue, we would get them out as timely as we could. We were gonna give them like 6 weeks to get them out. So that might be a deterrent if they are really focused on getting something done.
I suppose you could give them the postcards and they could just go hang them on the door
That,
too.
yeah.
It's an option. So other than that, I thought it was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
I like the process that is mapped out. I like the steps and the checks throughout, and that you're at each stage area, you're getting information and checking before you take a next step. So I like that. I thought this was a very thoughtful process. I think having a policy that clearly outlines that is good. I liked that you had, you know, here we start at the, you know, least involved, you know, and work from there. Yeah, I'm very happy with the process that you outlined. I feel very comfortable with that.
Okay. Ms. Desiree, this is well done, and you have a lot of options within your toolbox. That's what I liked. There wasn't just one solution, the speed humps. This one has a lot of solutions. So thank you. And I would ask that you take a look at those because it gets the traffic on Travelers Trail at Nicollet Plaza is a problem.
Okay.
Not only on the east side, but on the west side. Yeah, and the west side doesn't have any stop signs like the east side does. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have everything. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we get into the budget and all of that. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll take a break. Yeah. Yeah, me too, please.
Well, especially if it takes off.
Anybody need another water?
Yeah.
Grab a hand.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I do. I could use another water if you're grabbing waters.
Yes, please.
We're getting ready to be here till what, 11?
Okay. No. Okay, we are now reconvened, our work session, and the next item on the agenda is the preliminary 2022 budget discussion. And presenting this evening is our Finance Director, Jenny Rhodey. Ms. Rhodey.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight, we're going to have our first kind of high-level discussion on the 2022 preliminary budget projections. You know, following last year's budget theme of the roadmap to recovery, staff has been building the budget with the theme of growing towards community and organizational health as we move forward. The purpose of tonight is really to have some high-level discussion on the budget to ensure we have a clear plan to develop the 2022 budget and to provide a framework for council to make policy decisions. Lastly, we want to make sure we understand the council perspective on service delivery. Just kind of high-level discussion items tonight. We'll look at timeline and priorities, talk about some community highlights and 2021 updates, kind of looking at some financial information for certain funds. 2022 budget planning assumptions. We'll go through some of those items. Do a look at taxable market value history and some trends. And then finally talk about some policy considerations. This is just the kind of high level of the council's budget calendar going through the end of the year. We did have I don't have it on here, but on May 11th, we did have a high level discussion on, tax, where we're going, kind of high level tax implications and just a budget, kind of preliminary budget discussion just in general. Tonight, we'll be looking at some 2022 preliminary projections as we stand today. Certainly, we're still staff is still doing their detailed work on their budgets. Next week, we have the audit presentation for the 2020 audit. And then August 10th, we'll review our max tax proposal as well as the CIP, the draft of the 5-year CIP. September 21st, council is scheduled to adopt the maximum tax levy for the city and the EDA. With the 2022 proposed budget draft to be completed October 4th. October 26th, that work session, we have department presentations scheduled, similar to what we've done in previous years. November 9th, we have our council work session on the kind of the final draft 2022 budget and CIP plans in preparation for the adoption of the final levy and budget on December 7th. We'll start with some community highlights. This is just kind of a high-level summary of some of our construction that's going on. We have a strong housing and construction market right now. We have an additional $37.7 million in additional market value for preliminary pay 22 market values. Really additional apartment units over the next 5 years we're looking at a little over 1,120 additional units with a possibility of 300 units in the queue. That new apartment development is really giving us some annual available levy, and this chart here just shows that progression as that market value comes on. So in 2021, we've got 176,000, moving up to a projection of 1.4 million in 2025. So.
Could you, I apologize.
Councilmember Keeley?
Do we know what the 2021 or a forecast of the 2021 fees and park dedication fees that we're collecting on the properties that, I'll take that back because this is a 2-year delay.
Yeah,
That would have paid 2
it's a
years ago.
lag.
Okay, so in 2021, what are we projected to collect in those funds, even though that property tax won't come on for another 2 years?
Off the top of my head, park dedication fees, I'm not sure. I think we've got some pretty healthy collections in 2021, though.
Because in a way, that helps.
Well, it helps the park.
Right, the Parks Education Fund, which gives us
capital
some
fund.
relief as well. It's not property tax revenue, it's, you know, it's one-time
Yeah.
money for those things, but that can help.
It does help fund some of those new things that we're planning on doing. We've got some new things, and I'll kind of walk through that when we,
Okay, yep.
because we're gonna look at parks, so I'll kind of go through, what we've got in terms of projects, kind of at a high level.
Sure,
at this
thank you.
point.
I was kind of looking, this is one number, right? It's
Yep.
the increase in that, then
Yeah.
the other number is those fees and park dedication revenue from these developments that are coming on in 22, 23, 24, et cetera. Just
and
looking
this
for the
is high
total
level.
package of new money.
Yep, so.
High
but-
level, but not the whole picture.
Yeah.
I want the other part of the picture,
Yeah.
but you'll go to it.
Yep, so, kind of some other things, we're, as an organization, we're leading boldly on important initiatives. We're on the leading edge with, creative and bold initiatives. The council has made an investment in updating, visions, values, and strategic priorities over the past, year and a half, 2 years. And we've gotten high marks from our recent community survey. I think there's some high-level information that was attached to the background, so that's important as we move forward. As far as, you know, our staff, our professional, we're a high-service organization. We're always looking for, you know, opportunities for process improvement, as well as, you know, I think especially over the past year, looking at the way we deliver service to the taxpayers. And we're committed to innovation, collaboration, and providing an excellent value for our residents and businesses. As we look at the value of city services, you know, it's important that we provide a good value to our residents and businesses. One way, you know, this slide just kind of outlines kind of where we're going, but, you know, if you look at a safe place to live, clean water, streets, sidewalks, and trails, I mean, these are all important, and recreational opportunities, these are all important services. For 2021, the median residential property value was $277,300. And the city portion of property tax for that residential property for pay 2021 was $1,136, or approximately $3.11 a day. Some operational priorities, continuation or expansion of some of the newer initiatives that have come up over the past year will require some additional resources. Examples of some priorities that will impact our resource allocation as we're looking to develop the budget include behavioral health and community engagement in our public safety areas, increased prioritization of communications, community engagement, and our community engagement strategic plan, continuation of You Belong Here initiatives, investments in belonging and inclusion, a comprehensive code review, continued focus on organizational development, Grow Burnsville sustainability initiatives, as well as multimodal prioritization. Those will require some additional resources. At this time, they're not included in our preliminary projections, but those will be, you know, worked in as staff complete their budget work. People, you know, a big part of our resources are our people. We're a service and experience organization, and our personnel costs are really the largest expenditures of our budget. 74% of the budget of the 2021 budgeted general fund. For 2022, some preliminary impacts are, you know, COLAs of 3% and continuation of our compensation plan. Para, so far, no rate increases are planned for 2022. Health insurance, our preliminary projections do include just some preliminary projections for cost increases. We did go out for RFP, and staff right now is currently reviewing bids, so those will change with the results of that.
Is the 10% that was noted in the background, is that kind of what you're just putting as a placeholder?
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that we, you know, had it accounted for, or had something accounted for,
Yep.
so, yep. Workers' compensation, those rates that came out with the renewal have been, you know, input into the preliminary projections, and that did result in a 23% increase for the general fund.
Ouch.
Just kind of a review, this just kind of supports that previous slide. Adopted general fund uses of funds by category. Employee services really are the biggest part here at 74%, excuse me. Another quarter is really current expenditures, those things that are, professional development, professional services, supplies, maintenance, and those kinds of things. On the flip side, adopted general fund revenues for 2021 were 41.9 million, with really the biggest portion funded by our property taxes of 71%. All other revenue sources, those include, the largest of those include charges for services, permits and licenses, intergovernmental revenue, and investment income and other rents and those kinds of things. One thing that it will impact, our plans going forward and in the 2022 budget and beyond is the American Rescue Plan. Here we've listed the broad categories of allowable uses, and I know we've gone over these in previous meetings, but we'll be looking at these areas as we move forward and as emerging guidance, becomes more solidified and things come out. But really, yeah, we can use them to respond to the public health emergency or negative economic impacts. We can look at our lost revenue. Investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, as well as premium pay for eligible workers. But staff will be, bringing back options as things are identified to council for further discussion and direction.
And is staff looking at the American Rescue Plan as one-time money? Because that's what it is, and we have a policy in place. And
Yep. Elections, 2022 is an elections year again. Historically, those, every other year, we fund that out of fund balance. I believe in 2020, it was approximately $220,000. We would propose to use fund balance again in 2022. We're reviewing our current operation along with council priorities and looking at opportunities to enhance our community connections and engagement around diversity and belonging, especially during our elections process. One additional area, redistricting will require some additional resources as far as just communicating and outreach to the community. Make sure we've got that covered. So.
Quick question on the
Yeah.
redistricting.
Councilmember Keeley.
Historic, because it's been 10 years, I can't remember how quickly it came out. When did the final redistricting lines get decided through the courts 10 years ago?
No,
Oh, boy. Does
the
anybody?
redistricting, Ms. Collins?
The redistricting happens 2 years after the census, so the census happens in 2020, and then the redistricting will happen in 2022 before the election.
Sure. And is it like spring of 2022, summer?
Spring.
Okay.
Yeah, because it has to go through the primaries. We
Yep,
will have.
exactly.
Yeah.
I figured it.
The process, it depends on how, if the legislature can agree to the redistricting, or if it needs to be done by the courts, which can
Yeah,
sometimes,
of course, in the divided
if it has to
legislature.
do
right?
both, that it can take longer.
I know
Yeah.
Vince and I are up for reelection, and that's a big deal in our campaign to know where the district lines are going to be.
Especially being at large.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
Are
know
you
from a
annexing
state rate
Egan this year or
standpoint.
what?
yeah, the nice thing about being in Burnsville, we're all at large.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
Should we talk about wards?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
we talk about wards many times, and everybody who has wards says, don't go there.
Well,
Can I
we're
get
not big
another
enough for
inspector
wards.
then?
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah, yeah,
Did you work in a city with wards?
yeah. It's-
City manager Lee?
It is not a, it's not a, yeah,
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
it's, no,
very territorial.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Not good.
yeah, Ms. Rhodey.
All right. Just this next slide just talks about kind of our preliminary debt levy and capital plans. Those increases really are what we brought forward and what were included in our 2021 five-year plans for 2022. We have required debt levies per our bond covenants, and those will be increasing for pay 2022. Capital funding is really according to our five-year finance plans and CIP, and really our commitment to that tax levy, especially as we look at the ITF and the Parks Capital Projects Fund. And really, staff's currently reviewing and updating 2022 capital plans and the 5-year CIP with current year needs, and also looking at inflationary and other cost increase projections.
Like the state, can we discount, can we just not factor in inflation so we can have a lower number? I'm being facetious tonight, I'm sorry.
I know.
There's
That's
just so
why
much to
there's
take
no
advantage
answer.
of at the state
Yeah.
level, it's kind of hard to pass it
Yeah,
up.
there's no answer.
So this next slide just kind of brings together everything, kind of the increases and kind of where we stand in this preliminary realm. As we look at the general fund and current services, that's a 7.3% increase. Really, our staffing is the biggest, component of that increase, looking at probably in the neighborhood about 4.5% of that. Additionally, as we used fund balance in 2021 for operations, there is some pressure on the levy to kind of get us caught up there, and that's in the neighborhood of 3%. As we look at debt service, this is really an increase based on our bond schedules and our required principal and interest payments. That's about a 1.6% increase, and really AIM Center debt accounts for kind of the largest portion of that increase. Infrastructure trust fund, equipment and vehicle and parks capital, those increases together are about 0.7%, and those are really based on the 5-year projections in last year's budget document. And those kind of go along with our, especially infrastructure trust and parks, we have about a 3% increase in those funds in tax levy each year, so those are following that plan. So the total city levy to maintain current services and get us to that point is 9.6%, about $3.8 million. The EDA, we look at the EDA levy increase, that was projected at $50,000, so that's presented here at a 0.1% increase, bringing that total city plus EDA preliminary increase to $3.8 million or 9.7%.
Councilmember Keeley has a question, Ms. Rhodey.
Yes.
Yeah, I realize this is, you're trying to keep this high level, but you had to come up with the 2.867 to get to the 7.3. Do you have any breakdown of what makes up that 7.3?
The 7.3, yeah, yes. So kind of from a high level, about 4.5 is really employee services. That includes the COLA, step increases, health insurance increases, workers' comp, all those things we talked about on that previous slide. There is some small variation in current expenses and transfers, which I think just is maybe it's just a slight reduction. I can't remember off the top of my head what that percent was. And then the other component that's larger is really kind of bringing us, making us whole. We used 1.9 million for current, or really 1.2 million for current operations in 2021.
Right.
So that's that kind of catch up. That's about 3%.
That's a 3 point, okay.
Yep.
That helps. And just one last question to clarify. I remember a lot of these budget cycles, that core employee costs number was 3 to 3.5. I believe you just said it was 4.5 out of the 7.3. And
Yes.
what's the additional roughly percent or so that has made it go higher for 2022 versus prior years?
Yep, I think it's getting kind of that final phase, the final phase of, the compensation study, we're kind of in that point. All our unions now, we're moving towards, we're all gonna be on that compensation study.
Sure.
So there's a little bit from that. Workers' compensation increases have
In there.
really, have really hit us the last couple of years. And we did, like I said, we did work in a 10% estimate on that health insurance. And certainly we're
Sure.
gonna look at kind of where those
Where
bids
that
come
is.
out and fine tune that.
To close out then, roughly, not holding you to this number, but what, and this is the final piece, I understand it, of the compensation study, the final year to catch people up, what of the 7.3 roughly is that final piece?
as we think about the increase over last year, it's a couple of percent over last year. What that is of this, it'll be, maybe 1% or
Or one,
so.
maybe
Yeah,
one,
1.5,
or
yeah.
2% of
And that's a
that.
high
Okay.
level, that's my,
Okay. Yeah, just-
that's my, in my head math right now, but yeah.
I know we'll get into that detail later, but it gives me at least some context of what makes up that 7.3.
Yeah.
Of what are the pieces, right?
Yeah, and there's, various, those various people in various, there's various level of steps, but I want to say probably 1.5% if I was gonna make an educated
Thank you.
guess. Next, we'll kind of do a high level, overview of some of our funds. First is the facilities fund, some of the highlights, and I'm, as everybody's well aware of, we've got our Phase 2 Fire Station 1 construction that started in 2020. Sources in that year include the issuance of bonds for that project, with completion in 2021, so that's those uses there in 2021. Additionally, we include, a facility study was included in the 2021 CIP. And that, in 2021, we'll begin looking at that Phase 3 project, City Hall and Fire Station 2 renovations, and we'll fine tune our estimates for that project. Right now, that looks to be finalized as far as the facility study. We'll finalize that in 2022 and look to start that project in 2023. That's where that large increase comes in 2023. For revenue assumptions, we've got about $6 million of cash funding that we have to provide for that Phase 3 construction, with the remaining coming from bond funds. Additionally, the kind of just to review the facilities fund also, includes many of the funds of the city. We've got the Ames Center, Ice Center, Golf, City Hall, Police Station, fire stations, and the maintenance facilities. Those are all included in the facilities fund policy, so there
And
is.
the Ames Center.
And the Ames Center, yep. I'm sorry if I missed that.
Remember, it is an asset that
Yes.
belongs to the city. Don't keep leaving it out.
But there are the major facility renovations for those
Yeah.
facilities have been included in the CIP. Additionally, we had identified some pressures from some larger, facilities projects in the Parks Fund. The facilities fund, or facilities fund policy was updated in 2020 to include some parks facilities as well as parking and trail surfaces. So there are also some projects identified in those areas in the facilities fund CIP. The franchise fees that have been implemented are sufficient to fund these major facility renovations. So, and those are all incorporated here into this kind of high level analysis. So. Parks capital. As we've learned especially over the past year, our parks are highly used and highly valued and really essential to our community. In terms of investments, our 2021 budget committed about $700,000 to park renovations and maintenance of existing amenities. In 2020 and 2021, we've also invested $2.9 million in some larger projects, including Nicollet Commons Park, water feature, and also the Lake Marion Regional Trail. Future investments that were included in the 5-year plan from 2022 through 2025. We budgeted about $9.6 million in other CIP projects, and including Kelleher Trailhead building, as well as regional trail expansion and improvements throughout the 5 years. Additionally, continued implementation of the Parks Frameworks Plan is in process. This just is a graphical presentation of kind of our 5-year plan for that fund. As you can see, 2020 has some large revenues and expenditures. That really is that Lake Marion Regional Trail, as well as some of the Nicollet Commons work, and that Nicollet Commons work also goes into 2021. Some of the larger larger increases in the revenues include revenues from our partners on that Lake Marion Trail, including Dakota County and the federal government. So we've got about a $1.6 million federal grant to help with that. In 2022, you can see an increase for the lake, for the Kelleher Trailhead building, and that's about $1.5 million that we've budgeted there.
Is that what that high?
Yep, that's that high point in 2022. Some other areas, as far as parks renovation and maintenance, those projects are about $900,000 to $1.5 million annually. In the 5-year plan, bituminous is about $150,000 to $800,000 annually, depending on the year. And we've also got investments in technology and security of about $90,000 a year. So that kind of makes up the rest of that expense. The Ames Center, just looking at this, operations and most capital remain in this fund. As we look, you can see 2020 was an unusual year, was a tough year for the Ames Center. As we look at sources and uses, the sources are a little higher. Those funds include city landfill host fees in 2020 and actually 2021 of $900,000. And also annually in the 5-year plan, there's $291,000 in general fund transfer. That's right now included in that funding for the Ames Center. One item to note, the advance from the general fund, that was, that $1.2 million, will be fully paid off or repaid by the end of 2021, so. And we've, right now too, the budgeted 2021 is based on last year's budget. So that may change with reopening. I know the revenues and expenditures will probably both increase.
Yeah.
The Ice Center, this is a challenging year for the Ice Center as well. As we look at 2020, revenue losses for 2020 closures totaled $537,000 for a net loss, excluding depreciation of $320,000. There was some expense savings, but really not as much as we experienced in revenue losses there. Routine capital replacement is funded through the Ice Center, but those larger facilities type projects, such as the roof and some of the major components are included in the facilities fund. As you can see, the ending cash balance is declining, and really 2020 kind of was a tough year. We will continue to review and assess the need for some future funding policy discussions on the Ice Center. I mean, they do have sufficient cash at this point, but we do see a downward trend, and so that'll be something we'll be watching. Burnham Wood Golf Course, they had the opposite story, so they had a really good 2020. Revenues exceeded the 2020 budget by $55,000 during the pandemic, and that's pretty amazing.
Everybody was out playing golf,
Yeah,
taking social distance.
Yep, and considering they didn't have their leagues or those kinds of things, I mean, really. So that was a good year. The budget for the remaining years is pretty consistent with where they've been in the past. I think we'll want to kind of see where that goes and see if we do keep some of those higher revenues and maybe some higher rounds as people have maybe discovered the golf course. Who knows? That would, so we'll assess that, but they kind of have that same downward trend on their cash balance. And so we'll need to just keep that in mind and probably take back to you for future policy discussions on funding. But
Question, is that a record year in revenue for the golf? Does anyone know?
I believe it was, and I think it's like they had the just a record number of rounds, I believe.
Yeah, and the revenues, it looked like it was about 340 maybe, something like that.
I think it's about 330 in that range,
Yeah, I mean, that's, I gotta believe that might set an all-time record for their revenues.
Give them a lot of credit, because I watched that municipal one on Apple Valley on McAndrews closed last year.
Closed, yeah. It pushed a lot of play over to our side.
But they're doing a good job over there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, they-
It's busy this year.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. So, yeah, no, they do a great
Yeah.
job. And, yeah, so hopefully we'll keep, hopefully we'll keep that trend and maybe we will see.
And the course looks good and it plays well, too.
Yep.
Melanie was saying what the numbers were already this year, and it was up
Yeah.
significantly.
Yeah.
From last year,
Yep.
like up.
Yeah.
It's always, when I'm walking past there, it's always got a lot of play.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll watch that and, as the summer progresses, we'll be able to kind of make a better determination of where we think those are going. But they also include funding for some of their routine capital equipment or operating equipment, but really any larger facility improvements, like their parking lot and things like that are included in the facilities fund. Utilities, just from a high level, updated water and sewer rate structure based on our utility rate study in 2020, 2020, was successfully implemented at the beginning of the year. As we look forward to 2022, our rates for the utility funds will be based on that model. One item to note, we've received our MCES increase notification for Burnsville, and that's going to be at 11% or just over 11%. So that'll definitely be a contributing factor as we look at rate increases for sewer.
Is it the highest increase we've ever received?
I know it's the highest that I remember.
Because 11.13% is really high.
I want to say 5 years ago, we had an 8% increase, and that was high. We did, our usage declined, but we declined less than everybody else, and I think, so our piece of the total, I think, went up, and that's part of that. So they have their expenses, and then we have our percentage of the total, and we had a bigger piece of the pie.
Does that have anything to do with the additions of multi-housing that we brought into our inventory?
I'm not so sure it has to do with that. It might have more to do with maybe the usage patterns and where people were especially during COVID. And I think if you had a lot of residential property, you might have had not as much of a decline as maybe some cities that, I don't know, they don't really give us comparisons to other cities, but I just suspect that we just had less of a decline. And there are some other cities that maybe don't have as much residential, that might have contributed to that, so. This slide just looks at our 10-year growth in market value. You can see we've had a steady increase over that 10 years. Our preliminary market value for 2022 is $7.8 billion. And with an increase for new construction at about $38 million for 2022. This just is a different view, kind of shows where we're seeing those market value increases. It's a total of a 5.1% increase, but you look at it and similar to kind of our history in the last couple of years. Apartments had the biggest share of the increase, and then followed by residential. Really, commercial stayed pretty flat for pay 2022. So,
Residentials have carried commercial industrial for many years.
yeah, that's been the trend. I mean, as you look at that past 10 years, I want to say over that past 10 years, residential really has carried most of that load, or more of the load. As you look at new construction, you can see the apartments really contributed the most to that area as well. Kind of as we look at our services and how much they cost, we'll go through a few charts that just kind of shows two tax levy options, and then we'll go over some impacts to the median value homeowner of those options. The 4.5% really is a levy that really captures our market value increase without a change to the tax rate. Would require a reduction of current services and or other funding of about $2 million. As we look at the second option, that's a 9.7% increase, and that really goes along with that earlier table, and really shows preliminary projections to maintain current services under those preliminary numbers that we presented. This is just a 5-year projection. As we presented the budget and the 5-year plan for the tax levy last year, we initially thought we needed 8.1%. As we worked in some of those preliminary projections, we added, it added 1.56%, and that is the 9.7. Just wanted to show kind of where we left off last year when we talked about where we might be in the 5-year projection. As we look at the two scenarios, 9.7 is in the gray and 4.5 is in the yellow. This just shows what the impact might be, depending on, other factors. But as we look at the 9.7%, in 2023 and beyond, we're looking at 5%, 3.44, and 3.2. If you look at a 4.5% levy, really without any reduction in expenses or services, you'd be looking at a 10.2% in 2023. So it just kind of compares how that shift impacts that next year or the out years in the tax levy. Okay, impact on the median value residential property, how much does it cost for city services, and how much will it impact the median residential property? The following chart just kind of breaks those two down into, what the daily cost of those levy increases might be. If you recall, I think the pay 2021 was $3.11. So 4.5%, we're looking at $3.33 as a daily cost. 9.7%, we're looking at $3.52. Additionally, the median value house, that market value did increase by about $15,000, which was just a little over 5%. So that also has an impact. They're going to see an increase just from the additional market value there. So it was a 5.6% increase in that. I believe it's $292,000 is the pay 2022 median value. Fund balance. This is a chart we presented last year, and as you remember, the council approved an update to the fund balance policy, really changing it to a percent of next year's expenditures, a kind of a range between 40 and 50%. The two dotted lines, the green and the blue line, represent that 40 and 50%. As we look at where we ended up for 2020, we did have about, I think the final audited fund balance is about $28.9 million. In the future years, we have a $1.9 million use of fund balance for 2021. And as we go forward, that 2022 through 2026, those fund balances are including some one-time uses that we typically have. We have our sustainability initiatives that come out of our landfill reserve, I believe monuments, elections, some one-time capital purchases, I think police radios and some community development capital. So those are included as one-time uses. Something to note, our restricted fund balance for landfill will be fully spent down by 2026. So you can see that that orange bar at the top represents that restricted, and so that is getting smaller, and that's one of the reasons we will have fully spent that down by the end of that year, based on our projections at this point. And it's just one thing too, it's interesting to note as you go forward and as expenses increase, we have how the kind of the minimum and the 40 to 50% do change as we go forward. So this slide, it just takes a look at the EDA levy and just compares to your EDA levy capacity. Just like to do an annual comparison of that. As you look, we've got some incremental, smaller tax levy increases projected, and but your capacity is really more around the $1.4 million range for pay 2022. I believe that's 0.0185% of last year's market value on real property. So that's kind of how that calculation is made. Just high level, kind of some high level points on the capital improvement plan. As we look to the max tax discussion, there'll be more detail available on that capital plan. The draft of the CIP is scheduled to be complete at the end of July, so we'll be able to bring back a little more detail there and some, refinement on some of the pressures and cost pressures. Departments right now are currently working on their 5-year CIP plans. Some of the challenges we're looking at, there are increasing cost factors due to material and worker shortages, so we're assessing those, and staff is assessing those as they go through their CIP. And this is my final slide. So just some policy questions here. Does the budget theme, process, and timeline meet the council's expectations? And do you have sufficient information to provide parameters to us for the 2022 budget development? So be interested in any thoughts and direction, or questions.
Anyone?
We got a heavy lifting to do. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, and this is always the beginning.
Yep.
And so I always look at this as, this is what we're presented, but we always have a lot of work to get to in August so that we adopt the max tax. So we've got a lot of work to do. And then, of course, everybody is doing the budget preparers at each of the departments. So, there's work that staff will do, and staff always does great work as we continue to work through all of this. Councilmember Schultz.
Could you go back to the slide that has the fund balance where we try to stay between that 40 and 50%?
Yep.
Thank
There you
you. So last year when we were going through the budgeting process, we were having discussions over whether to dip into that fund balance. And the discussion focused heavily on the danger of how we were going to be very low and possibly threaten our bond rating. Does that appear to have been the case? Because it doesn't look like it to me.
We are above the 50%. I would say, from a historical perspective in Burnsville, we've always been above 50%. We typically haven't dipped below 50%. I do think we, as we compare to our market cities, I think we maybe will be a little low, but we are within policy. And, I think 2020, there was quite a bit of savings on the expenditure side, as well as, the CARES funding did help. So that probably helped our projections. I think our projections in the fall, didn't count on some of that expenditure savings, certainly, but.
And which all of that absolutely helped. And staff being very careful with their budgeting, their funds, all of that definitely helped. But I do want to point that out because that was a point of contention last year. And it was remarked upon heavily, and it was remarked upon heavily in the press as well. And so I do want to point that out, that concern did not pan out. And that is something to point out, and that's a very good thing. That's good news. It's always good to point out good news. So to have that little bit of a ray of sunshine is not a bad thing. Definitely good to point out. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
I think we might have exceeded a 60% line because.
For 2020, yes.
Yeah, we were in.
Yeah, so then it helped as we look at 2021 when we're looking at using $1.9 million. That did help us stay above that 50%.
But the good thing is that we did stay within the parameters, and it didn't affect our bond rating because we operated within that. and we stayed within policy. One of the things that was in our background that you didn't speak to is the community voices and how it how the budget is looked at, was in our background.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is terrific when you take a look at what our community has said about what we're doing and how the money is spent.
Yep, there was, I believe, city services, leadership council and staff got high marks, and as well as our management.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So that's good news. I mean, I think that's definitely something worth pointing out.
And it's also worth pointing out that the people love the city and approves of the work that we're doing and approve of how their assets are being used for the safety of the community and how the community looks. So that's good. Councilmember Keeley and then City Manager Lee.
I want to echo Councilmember Schultz's comments. This year, as we go through this budget process, I want to make sure that we get all the numbers as to what we know, and that we deal with the real numbers and not, the what-ifs when it comes to this kind of stuff. I mean, there was a lot of concern for dipping below a certain point, and yet we ended up with the biggest year ever. And I remember my comments, because I swear we just did this 3 months ago. Feels like we just did budget a very short time ago.
We're always in budget.
Yeah, but I mean
And
that
every
whole
month-
process last year, it's so fresh in my mind. I honestly feel like we just did it a few months ago. I remember very distinctly some of my comments about that we were very heavy in cash, like heavier than we've ever been, and we had the benefit of CARES. So I think, this year, let's take the approach of using the black and white data that we have and going off of that data and no speculation.
Okay. City Manager Lee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I did want to just say that we didn't want to give you the whole community survey tonight. This is just a little snapshot. We will do a full presentation at your July work session. And
But that was good information.
It's high
I
level.
looked at it, and it with regard to the budget, and it was very good. So it tells us what the community thinks when I look through all of that.
I think you'll be pleased with the survey results. We were very pleased from a staff perspective, so.
Okay. Anything else? Any more comments? Thank you, Ms. Rhodey.
Okay.
Okay.
Newsflash,
Yes.
Reagan Smith of Lakeville won the 100-meter backstroke and qualified for the Olympics. So someone, not from Burnsville, unfortunately, but just to the south, made it to the Olympics.
I bet they swam in our lake.
They might have probably did it before. So,
Okay.
hooray
I had a
for our
real quick
local.
question, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind.
Yes. City Manager Lee?
Before Ms. Rhodey steps back, looking to the council, is there any additional, I think one of our policy questions was, do you have any parameters that you'd like to provide to staff as we work through the next couple months before we get to our August meeting with you? That would be helpful if there's any high level or any parameters you can help establish, that would be helpful.
I think personally, the only missing piece yet is the American Rescue Plan Act funds and the direction that I mean, there's a
Have we gotten
series
our
of
first
seminars
tranche of
going
money?
on explaining how you can spend it. There was one today that I signed up for, but they never sent me a link, so I couldn't chime in. I think the Center for Foreign Affairs was doing
Well, there is a problem because there is a bipartisan group that is giving their proposal on the Jobs Act and clawing back the money that comes to cities, not to states, but to cities.
From the American Rescue Plan?
That's right.
They want to pull
They
money
want to
back.
use the money that's coming to us to help pay for the jobs plan.
The
And
infrastructure plan.
so that was part of the meeting that I was involved in. 2 weeks ago, we were there with the GFOA.
It was last week.
That was last week. But 2 weeks ago, we we got information that they're trying to claw back the money that's coming to us. So my question is, have we gotten the first tranche of our money? Because it comes in 2 tranches.
Not yet. We need to request that yet, but we will be
Yeah.
shortly.
And my concern is that that second tranche will not reach us.
Next year.
Next year's?
Yeah. But if we can hold them back, and we're working with the White House to say, no, do not take the money that's already allocated to cities to pay for the jobs plan. So it's a big, it's a big lift and plan that we have to continue to play defense in all of this, and then also be offensive.
Why don't they just take some of the CARES Act 1 money that's still sitting there, the hundreds of
At
billions
the
that never
state,
got spent?
at states,
No, at the federal level, it never got spent, never got allocated and used. I know they're factoring that in too, but it sounds like they're after
Yeah.
more.
so,
Yeah, there's, to Councilmember Keeley's point, excuse me, we do have a lot of uncertainty. I mean, we certainly didn't want to misrepresent anything last year, and that wasn't our intent, but with these federal funds coming and the parameters around it, it makes it a little difficult to fold that into an operating budget, one-time money into an operating budget. So we will continue to provide you with updates and look for direction. And then more to come.
and for me, it's looking at all of that money, that it's just one-time funding, and how are we going to use it, when there's a lot of things that need to be. First of all, I want to make sure all of our lost revenues, we just saw how much the ICE Center lost, we had AIM Center lost, how much we lost, and so I want to make sure that the city is made whole, because that's taxpayers. We just saw that residents pay more of that than businesses, so we have to make sure. Okay.
Yep. And so we'll look at those two as far as one-time money, and see if we can use those in, maybe some investments, capital investments, or some other areas that aren't.
Yeah, I remember
operational.
years when we had LGA and we had one-time money, so we couldn't, and it was a good thing that we had that policy, because when it went away, and we can't, backfill it if it went into the general fund. Because if we backfill, then it really would be a much higher levy.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we go into the next item on the agenda is participatory budget. And Ms. Rhodey, you and Ms. Kilbang is going to be presenting.
Yep. I'll just do a quick introduction here. You've asked us to evaluate a mechanism for the community to have a more direct involvement in where their budgeting of their tax dollars. This proposal came out of the February 26th all-day work session, and council directed staff to assess kind of the opportunities, the challenges, the considerations that would go along with allowing taxpayers to decide where a small portion of their tax dollars should be budgeted and spent. So using the council's vision and values, staff has assessed this, and we've come up with a plan along with Ellers, an assessment along with Ellers. And that will speak to the feasibility and some of the policy questions related to this proposal. Tonight we have Stacy Quillbank from Ellers here to present that information. So thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. So it's good to have you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Great to see you tonight and to save such a riveting discussion for the end of the night. So hopefully you'll stay with me here and we can make it a little bit interesting and exciting as we actually go through. So as she stated, you guys are really looking at how can you involve the community in your budgeting process and really giving them the say in their tax dollars, right, of your city portion, because that's what you guys control in your little realm of things that you actually have here. So my favorite one that was thrown on here is invest in goats, not mowers, but, just have a little fun with it, basically.
Our goats just went out.
Yeah.
It's true.
So, it's one of those things that's like you throw out a lot of these great ideas and we just throw spitball things at the wall and see what's out there. And for most things that are out there, they seem great, right, on the surface. It's like, that's awesome, that's interesting, let's look at that. But it's really what's under the surface, right? So that's kind of what we're gonna be talking about tonight. It's like, what are some of the issues or tales that may come with this, or things we gotta consider if it's something that you're actually gonna move forward with. So, what the theory was, is that, or what the idea that was thrown out there said, hey, let's take 1% of your city taxes, right? That was just a number thrown out. It's not what you're held to. It may not be what you do at the end of the day. But let's do that, and then let's give people, the residents, a say in that 1% of their tax bill. Well, what does that mean? Well, based upon your 2021 levy, I didn't want to base it on 2022 to assume that you're going to go to a 9.1% increase. But on that, on your 2021, it's
Thank you for doing
yes, yeah, it's a $390,000 is 1%. So it's not it's not a lot of money, right? And the fact that you've got such a very large budget. So, but what I did is broke it down to is just to give you context of what does that mean to the average value home. So that average value home, which is the 2022 value that's going up, just so you would know, it's about $12, right? I threw in the Maven apartments because they are new and developed, so on their tax bill of $143,000 is about $1,400. So you can just see, and then a business that we had a retail center, an office building, and then an industrial building. So it just gives you kind of idea of what those impacts may be with regards to though. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, when you look at it, those dollars, in the context of it, it's really not enough to make a meaningful difference, right, in the budgets, you know, of those individuals and what you're trying to get out of them. And what I worry or fear is that, you know, maybe it's more of, I don't want to say an insult, but maybe that's what I do want to say, is like, you know, for every, you know, $100 you spend, I get to say with $1, you know, why don't you give me 100% say? So those are some of the issues that we're going to look at and talk about as we move forward here. So just to remind everyone, we talked about this last time, you know, where do the city tax dollars go, right? So you basically have 6 buckets, right? And your biggest bucket is public safety, and that's the biggest bucket in every city, so it's your police and fire. So that is about 57% of that city tax levy that you have. The other 2 big buckets aren't surprises to me, as they are in other cities. It's your parks, right? And then it's also your public works. So that's where all your big capital expenditures are, with parks and public works for the facilities that they have, the roads and maintenance and other things that they have to do with that. So 80% of your total tax levy is going into those 3 buckets, okay? And so when you look at it and you say to residents that you're thinking that you might want to give them some say in where they're going to put their tax dollars, right? There's just kind of 6 buckets, right, that it's going to go into that you're going to actually start allocating those to. So the great thing is that you ask the question, right? And I always think it's good to do that because it makes you guys all think, right? And it makes staff and all of us think about this. Why are we doing what we're doing? Why are we doing around budgeting? Is that a good process or not? It just makes us think and internalize and say, hey, is there something different that we could be doing that we're not doing today? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the spoiler alert. So if you want to tune me out for the rest of the night, here's the spoiler alert. What you propose of taking 1%, you know, and allowing people to earmark their dollars of where they want to go, you likely can't do, okay? And we'll talk about those from a technical and legal. But the good thing is, if you have a desire to do something that's a little more leading edge, to get more participation from your residents or businesses, maybe we can craft a program or something that will work. It's gonna cost you some resources, but maybe that's the way that we look at it. So not a direct earmark, but maybe we can get there in a roundabout way if that's something that you're interested in. So when we looked at this and we try to be objective, it's like, what, you know, why should we move away from representative government? Because that's what the ask is, essentially. So when you want to say to the residents, you get to say what you're doing, it's a participatory government rather than our representative form of government. That's the way it is for cities, counties, school districts, the federal and the state level. It's that way forever. So the second thing is there a problem that we're trying to solve, okay? So are people not happy with how you're budgeting or what you're doing up here or spending your time doing? And then what issues need to be considered? And again, that's the things that are under the surface, right, that we want to start looking at to say, what should we be thinking about if you want to move forward in some form, shape, or fashion? And then can this be done from a technical and legal perspective? We'll talk about that. So why should we move away from representative government? Well, you guys know, and you're fortunate, right, you're at large. You're elected by the residents as a whole to sit up here and to represent them and their interests. And you guys know from sitting up here for some for a long time, some for a little time, and some in between, it takes a lot, right, to get the knowledge, right, of the city, you know, how taxes work, how the budget works, how the city operates. And then really what you're doing up here is about what's about the common good for the whole. It's not about you guys as individual, what you want. You're looking at the common good for everybody that's out there. And as we talked about it last time, the budget is the most important thing that you will do, right? So that's where you spend a lot of time, and you should, because it is talking about dollars that you are taxing your residents within your community. So you want to figure out, is it, you know, how are we doing it efficiently, and then are we doing it well? And like we said, you guys do a great job. Not every city does this, but you set your strategic priorities, and you've been aligning all your resources to those strategic priorities. And you're trying to stay true to those, and you'll continuously update those. So you started your strategic priorities as part of your 2020 goal-setting sessions, again, which is great. But then when we look at what you do for budgeting, well, you are not atypical, okay? 99.9% of all cities do budgeting the same way. They have 6 to 8 meetings, right? You have your budget calendar, we move through, you know, I always say it's kind of like, you know, walking through like cattle through our little troughs of what we got to do to get to the end. And so there's not necessarily a lot of innovation there. And so you're not alone that you're not. So this is maybe where you can actually make a change or do something a little bit different that's out there. Now, you guys do have a quarterly publication that you talk to residents about the budget, but you're not doing things to actively invite participation in that budgeting process. So maybe that's someplace we can make a change, and we'll talk about how we could do that. Now, you guys have talked about your website, that you are potentially looking at doing things to have a portal that's more transparent, so people can see the budget, understand where it goes, how it all works. You know, I went on your website, you know, to maneuver through, and it's not the most easy necessarily website to maneuver through to get to what you want. So places where you can actually do some improvement. So why should you move away from representative government? Well, you did a city survey in 2016, which I got some of the results here, but you did one in 2021. Now, 2021 at a high level says you guys are all doing a good job up here with what you're doing. When we look at the 2016 survey, there was
I would
question
like to
number
ask you
70.
a question.
Yeah.
Yep.
On that survey, was there a question specifically that said, should you move away from a representative government? And they answered no.
No, there was not a question to that on the survey.
Then don't represent that in here, that that's what it is. That is incorrect.
That would be an opinion that we have, that based upon the survey, that what people are saying is you're
That
doing a
would
good
be your
job.
opinion.
Yeah.
And you're not representing it as your opinion. You are representing it as a statement.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
So when we look at question 17 from 2016, it says then, other than voting, do you feel that if you wanted to, you could have a say about the way the city runs things? 86% of the people said yes. Question 73, from what you know, do you approve or disapprove of the job the mayor and city council are doing? 82% approve and strongly approve. So again, when we talk about budgets, you know, one of the most important things you do, you're getting approval process right there. And then again, the 2021 survey, from what they said from the preliminaries, is you got high rankings in that area as well. Now, I should point out, on that question 73, 4% said you're doing a terrible job back in 2016 of spending. But we didn't have that detailed of a question in the 2021. And staff ranking was high, 93%, and I think in the 2021 equally, it was high as well.
Yeah.
So the next thing is then, is there a problem that we're trying to solve? And so are residents and businesses unhappy with your budget process? Are they unhappy with spending choices? Do they not feel they have a say, and do they not receive enough information? And really, some of the survey results that we looked at probably says no. So when we looked at the 2016 survey, question 65, would you favor or oppose cuts in the city services if they would reduce your current city property taxes? 62% were opposed or strongly opposed. 35%, yeah, sure, great, you want to do that. But again, majority were opposed to that. Question 66, when you consider the property taxes you pay and the quality of the city services you receive, would you rate the general value of those services excellent or good? And basically 90% said they were good or excellent, so you had high rankings there. And equally, I think in the 2021 service, they had high rankings for you too. Question 143, in general, do you receive too much information from the city about the right amount or too little? 99% said about right, you know, with 6% saying too much. So again, that was 2016. The crazy thing is, wow, who took that 2016 survey? Because there were a lot of questions to get through on that. What is great, though, it was really detailed, right, and getting really granular, whereas I think your 2021 survey was more high level for folks, and you probably, I don't know if you got better response or not with regards to that. So at the end of the day, even looking at your survey responses from 16 and today, can you be doing more around budgeting? Yes, like we talked about, you're not actively inviting participation in that, so how can we do that a little bit better? So I think that's what we have to look at, and one of the things in the 2021 survey, which I haven't seen the results yet, is you ask people how best to communicate with them, right? Because we're all different, so I'm old school, give me paper, give me an email, but, other people are instant messaging, Twitter, whatever else. So how can you best get to all the cohorts of what you want to do for diversity and inclusivity in your community, and get to people and get a little bit more input? So it'll be interesting to see what those results are. So, what issues need to be considered? So we had 6 top questions really to look at, and there's probably more, but we're just trying to take it at the higher level here. So, creation and administration of a program like this would mean added time and expense. So how are we gonna fund it? So basically, we're adding more government process and expense. So if that's what you wanna do, that's fine, and that's great, because if your end goal is to get more invitation of residents to participate, then that's a great thing to do. Are you gonna hear from who you wanna hear from? And so I think Councilmember Keeley talked about this a little bit in some of the transportation stuff, but residents of apartments under this, if you just want the taxpayers to have a say, residents in the apartments wouldn't have a say because their name's not on the tax bill, even though they pay the taxes. Okay?
I can ask a question.
Councilmember Schultz?
Where do you have the idea that we would not include residents of apartments in this process?
I'm not saying that you wouldn't, but I'm saying if the question was that you want people to have a say in where to spend 1% of their taxes, the tax bill goes to the person who actually gets the bill, not the individual residents.
You are looking at this in a much more closed manner than we discussed in our meeting. We did not discuss an amount, a process, the parameters of who would be included, who would not be included. So we were looking at this as a many more open variables than what's currently being shown on here. I mean, the question was, is it going to be just taxpayers? Is it going to be a percentage? Do you include people with apartments? How would you include people with apartments? Would it be business owners? Would it not be business owners? Those were all things that were left intentionally not answered and to hopefully be explored. And these are questions that absolutely are really good to go through and have for consideration. And they definitely are things to look at, but we haven't even got to that part of it yet. But you're bringing up good questions, right? They're just questions that we haven't closed off yet. And so I think where the first closure happened was that first premise of that it would be direct to a tax bill. What if it is per person, like per adult resident, and it's a set amount and it's not tied to a percentage? I mean, there's like a lot of different variables in this, so.
Yeah, I, for one, I'm going to go to City Manager Lee, and then, did you press your, so.
No, because it's a work session. We shouldn't have to push a button at work
Yeah.
session, but.
No,
I know.
but if you want,
know.
we're
I know,
on
I've been
cue.
pushing my button most of the time. I'm just like, well, wait.
Yeah, so the thing
No,
is, what I'm appreciating is because it's all details
Right.
and that we're looking at. So this is all very good because this is the information that we need. If we're going to look at participatory versus representative government, there's a whole lot, and I'm really, really appreciative of what the information is, because there are unintended consequences in a lot of this. I like your iceberg analogy, because, yeah, may sound great, but there's a lot more underneath. So, City Manager Lee.
Thanks, Madam Mayor and Council. The intent of the presentation isn't to close the door on anything. It is to provide the council with that high-level
Information.
high-level kind of analysis that the council asked for on what, from a staff level, we are seeing as challenges, opportunities, and just things to think about. So it wasn't, it's intended to get us talking about what are the interests of the council to explore this, and what are the parameters, and then what would that even look like?
Councilmember Keeley.
Well, I started having the same concerns Councilmember Schultz had, because there seemed to be some preconceived notions or some guidance that was provided you, because we never talked about 1%. This is the first I've ever heard that number thrown out. So that premise was inaccurate, because we haven't even decided what that amount is. And I think in our discussion at the all-day work session, we were talking anywhere from $5 to $20. That's a long way from 1% of a person's tax bill. And so I'm equally confused in some cases, because I feel like this research that you did for us, there's a lot of good information in there, but it assumes some things that we haven't even got to yet. So I kind of feel like we got the cart before the horse on some of these things. And so we're being led a certain path. Maybe that's, and I appreciate City Manager Lee clarifying that this was just meant to be a high level, bring out some options, educate the council. But I kind of feel like there were some things built into this presentation based on information that you got from staff that we haven't even had a chance to determine. So I almost feel like we jumped a step, like from all-day work session, we should have had another discussion ourselves and then engage you out of that discussion to be able to do this and come back. So we wouldn't have had this presumptions that seem to be built into this that I'm going, where'd that come from? And where'd that come from, right? So anyway, it's not your fault. I guess we're
Absolutely.
We're calling it from a staff standpoint. I don't know what information you were given, but it seems like we skipped a step here. From our perspective.
Well, what I understood was these were high-level assumptions, so there, you had to start from someplace. So, City Manager Lee.
And I won't belabor the issue. We did go back to the minutes and the notes from the all-day work session, and that was the guidance that we reviewed from a staff level and that we provided to Stacy. So those were some of the ideas, suggestions, parameters that were thrown out at the all-day work session. And that was
I'm just curious, where'd 1% come from? That's the first I've ever heard of it. I don't remember that even being thrown out at the all-day.
There were percentages thrown out, and I think if you want, the minutes can be distributed from the all-day work session.
And I think my point is, Madam Mayor and Council, is the staff did not approach this to shut the council down. Staff approaches, this is what we heard at the all-day work session. You've asked us to do this analysis, this high-level review, and we've asked Stacy to help us with that. So that was the direction I provided to Stacy, and thus the report tonight.
Councilmember Gustafson.
For me, I think the discussion isn't whether it was a 1% or $20 or $10. Is it feasible to even do this? Are we going to spend a whole lot of money to raise a little bit of money? Or are we going to change the budgets of all of our department heads if we should go ahead and do something like this? Those are the questions we have to ask. I can't really give a rat's what percentage it is or what number it is. We're talking about changing an entire way of doing a budget in this country right now, And is it feasible for us to do that? And I get, sometimes ideas are really good ideas, and first thing we have to do is, what is our goal? Are we trying to get more participation from our residents and businesses? Great. Is this the best way to do it, or is there a better way? If it's I don't know what the goal is. I'm missing that, and so. I think the other arguments are just like a red herrings. It's like, who cares? Who cares what the percentage is? Let's talk about, is this feasible? Does it make sense? Is it even legal, for God's sake?
So similar to how, this reminds me of this discussion of when I first proposed the Citizens Task Force to completely rewrite our code. And immediately was told that it was not legal because residents are not able to directly do that. There were questions as to why we would want to do that, and what if it goes off the rails, and the exact same questions that we're having about this. And we were able to come up with a process, and it is now launched. And we did figure out, okay, if residents can't directly do this. They rewrite it and then we adopt it. And we take a vote to adopt it. And so that makes it legal. That's the process. Is it going to be a huge involved process? Yeah, it is a process. Are people more involved? There was the idea, God, would people even want to do this? And we had so many people apply and want to be involved in it. So, to me, this is the same thing for the same reason. And we are looking at the same challenges. And I am hopeful that we can come up with solutions similar to what we came up with our Citizens Task Force on rewriting our code. That's what I'm looking for, that's what I'm proposing, and those are the challenges that we face. I do not think it's insurmountable. I do not think that it is something that we can't do. I do believe that it is of great benefit, and I do not believe, and this is a baseline piece for me, I do not believe that the people sitting on this dais are elites at all. And I believe that our residents vote for us, and they trust us, and we do what we need to do to always earn that trust. But we need to start extending that same amount of trust back to them. That's what I'm looking at for this. That's what I'm proposing for this. And it is the same thing I proposed for the same reasons why I wanted our residents to rewrite our code and not us.
So
So that's what I'm looking at.
Councilmember Schultz, I do remember you're putting that on the table. And I said that we are always looking at civic engagement, that our people always be a part of it. And many of the things that. And
Absolutely.
many of the things that we've done in this city, from the heart of the city to everything else, have been engagement, civic engagement. The thing is, the process of what is it that we get to? What is it that, and the reason why we went through this long process is what is it that we wanted to get out of it, and what kind of staff time will go into it, how much the cost would be, et cetera. And we got to that point. The same thing is happening here. It is about, if it is about engagement, I like what Ms. Kilban is bringing forth, is that there is a way for us to go through this process. Whether we go through it and find a solution so we have more engagement, or is it that we go from participatory government and leave away representative government? Yes, each and every one of us, we're not elite, but we have an election certificate that the people voted us to be on this dais, to study the issues, and to be good stewards of their assets, and also to do what is necessary with the knowledge that we have and how we make sure that they have what they're asking for. So it isn't about eliteness, it is about that they gave us the authority to do this. Now, to get to the other point, I always am about civic engagement, so we can do that. The thing is, what is the question that we're trying to solve? More civic engagement? Is there a process that allows us to get to that point? And we learn that by being educated. And so I like what we're learning tonight, and I appreciate Ms. Kilban and staff's efforts to try and give us the information. And then, Ms. Collins, if you can send the minutes of that all-day work session to all of us so that everybody understands what we did. But the thing is, it is about civic engagement, and how do we get to that?
No, this is about going past civic engagement.
Yeah. Well,
That's
what is
the
it that we
proposal.
want to do?
Civic engagement is about doing surveys, things
No.
like that. That's what civic engagement is. This is civic civic involvement. This is civic participation.
Boldly
This
leading.
is, yeah, exactly. We're talking about going past that in the same way that our citizens task force in rewriting our code, that's not surveying, that's not engagement.
But I
That's-
see that as
that's going
engagement.
past that.
Yeah.
And giving more of their own destiny into their own hands
Yeah.
in whatever way we can.
So,
And I know we're gonna go through more of this. I do think there will be value in it. I'm not discounting the value in what you did.
Yeah.
I completely understand that. I just feel that the, like you said, it feels like there was a step missed. And so we've shunted off into a specific area when we were looking at much wider. And the minutes can say whatever was taken down. But each time when I was asked to narrow it down in that all-day work session, I kept pushing back and saying, no, this is not the point to do that at. We need to take a wider view of this. This is something that is outside of the norm, so we have to be, a little more loose and open with this. So, could it be people in apartments? Absolutely. Would it be business owners, not business owners? I mean, we kind of kicked that around, and we purposefully said, we're not going to make that decision, because we're nowhere near making those types of decisions. So your questions are actually a lot of the questions we were starting to kick around at the all-day work session, and then we were like, no. That's like, and first of all, it's not appropriate to go through all of those things at the work session. We're just trying to, do you want to take a closer look? Do you not want to take a closer look? Kind of thing. And is it people who pay property taxes directly? Can the argument be made that people in apartments indirectly pay property tax? Of course you can make that argument. So I think it's just a little more open. But I won't
yeah.
keep on it.
Yeah.
You have more on the presentation. There's gonna be good questions. But know that I'm, like, what I'm not proposing, although this is a council, everyone gets to have their say, and someone may come up with like a great idea that we look at. I'm not looking for surveying. I'm not looking for those types of things. I am looking for more of a direct participation that we can still do within statute. So if it means it's something that they do, that we then adopt, after the fact, that's fine. That's definitely a method to do it. Do we have to, create new technologies and that kind of stuff? I'm not sure that we do. Everyone votes 2 years in this town.
so
There's a mechanism where we get a hold of and interact with almost everyone, every voting age adult. I mean, so there's just, I guess, different things we can look at, but sorry.
So Councilmember Schultz, you say that engagement is surveys and all of that. My experience of engagement is people are there making decisions. What we did with the Heart of the City and all of that, they're there, they're engaged because it's their city. And so we might have two different interpretations. But
could
what
be.
you're talking about and what I'm talking about is the same thing. It's about people having a voice. And I can tell you, in my experience, people have had a voice in this government. So, and what we're learning tonight is all part of that process, is to be educated so that our people could also be educated, and then they can decide how they want to participate, how they want to be engaged in the process. So I like being educated. We all know my strength. It's about, yes, being educated and understanding what we're doing. Councilmember Workman.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment and then a question. When we talked about our values and we implemented boldly leading, this to me fits in that category. Rather than just say that we're doing it, we're trying to find ways to actually act on that statement, and this This is boldly leading on, and I'm not saying that if you disagree with this, you're not, boldly leading, but the reason why I wanted to learn more about this is because that checks that box with a big Sharpie marker. Is this legal to do? I'm gonna echo Councilmember Dan Gustafson's comment. Is this something we can even legally do?
Yeah, well,
And Stacy, if you were gonna get to that, I apologize.
I was gonna get
yeah,
to
and
that.
it's, and she's gonna get there, and it's in our background, and our attorney has also leaned into this as well. Councilmember Keeley.
Just circling back on the meeting minutes from the all-day work session, Ms. Collins forwarded it to all of us, and the only mention of a dollar amount is the $5 per parcel. That would have $150,000 total impact on our very large multi-million-dollar budget, and that's exactly what I remember the discussion to be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kilvane, please proceed. I think it's good information.
So thank you, Mayor and council members. So remember, what did I say the spoiler alert was, right? So if we went down the path that it was 1%, right, that they wanted to earmark it, didn't think we could get you to do that, right, to the participatory, that portion that you wanted, or direct participation, but we can get you somewhere, right, and try to lead there. So remember, that's a spoiler alert, so that's what we're getting to, even though we go through a bunch of this stuff that we have. So, and always a big thing, right, how do you get people to participate, right? That's what we're always trying to do. How do you really get them to come out and get excited about something, to actually have a direct say? Scope creep, so again, at the end of the day, if you decide what you want to do, how much is your dollar amount? Is it $5? Is it 1%? Is it 10%? Whatever it is, how do you decide that year to year, right? And make sure you don't have scope creep in the future that becomes problematic for you for whatever reason. And then, what you decide to do, and again, if it's not a 1%, I'm not even going to number 4, because you're not necessarily going to increase the budget, right? Because you may not even be doing that much, so. But the big thing is that you as a council, right, you have a better knowledge and deeper knowledge of what's happening in your city and what's going on that you need for resource allocation for staff programs and capital improvements that you have. So you want to make sure that you always have that flexibility, because you have more intimate knowledge. So again, at the end of the day, when you're giving people buckets to have a say in, you got to figure out how to level set that for them so that they can actually opine wisely on those buckets that they want to put into. So, and then at the end of the day, you as a council may not listen to what everyone says, and that's okay, right? Because that's why you're elected. And so, and that happens, routinely in cities with advisory commissions, between planning commissions, councils. Again, you're elected for a reason, and so you have a bigger stake in this. You have spent more time and energy in understanding everything and moving it forward. So, and then there's a multitude of other unintended things that we just don't need to go into, but I think it's more about honing in. What are you actually looking to try and do? So, Mr. Workman, to your question about can this be done from a legal? So the perspective of saying, I want to be able to earmark that. I want Mr. Keeley, he wants to say, here's my $5 and I'm gonna tell you where to spend it. Well, you don't have a legal way to do that through our process, okay? Because our budget process is basically you guys come up with the budget to run government, right? And come up with the levy, and that's how people are taxed. They don't get to say where that individual goes based upon, I want my $10 here, my $100 to go here, or what have you. So you, again, statutorily, legally, you can't really get there, but you know what? At the end of the day, I think to get to what you were talking about, Ms. Schultz and others, is there a way that we can do more for participation that broadens beyond what people are doing today, to be that leading edge and cutting edge? Because again, cities really aren't doing too much around participatory budget. They just aren't. Again, it's going through the budget calendar and it's bigger picture. That's what everybody's doing. So I think that there's another way that you can get more meaningful input from folks that are out there. So with that, I'm just gonna leave it open, for the discussion that you guys have for questions with regards to that. As to
Could
what
you go
want.
back to the previous slide, though?
The last slide, before you got to let's talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, the takeaway.
So my takeaways is that 1% isn't really a lot of dollars or time and expense to put into creation of this, but if you're not talking 1% or whatever dollar amount you're talking about, how
Yeah, we have
meaningful
no
and
idea.
impactful is it, right? So you're trying to move away from representative government to more direct participation, and again, that just goes directly against everything that we are, but it doesn't mean that you can't invite participation in another way that's still meaningful. Seems residents from all the surveys from 16 and 21, they're not dissatisfied. They think you guys are doing a good job, and quite frankly, at the end of the day, you won't get everyone to participate because people don't necessarily care, right? There's something that's gotta happen that gets people riled up that they wanna do more. even as much as we want them to participate and come forward and do certain things. And then we talked about the technical legal authority to allow people to earmark. Again, you know, they can give donations, they can't earmark, you know. But we can get you the other way. And again, you can have more meaningful and significant impact on resource allocation by engaging your residents and your business owners in different ways to figure out where they want you to spend their dollars.
So what would be the other way? You said we can get you there another way.
Yeah, well, that's yet to be determined. I wish I had all the answers, right? Was that what you're waiting for? To unveil the program? No, I think that takes more dialogue. I mean, because it's interesting to, you know, to hear from you, Councilmember, that you don't want surveys, right? But that's part of the way some people like to respond, so that may be one caveat of it, right? It may be pop-ups that you have, so think about what you did like during the comprehensive plan, or like the plan you did around County Road 42. There's a lot more civic engagement that you're trying to get people to come out and coalesce around something where they're getting informed about something, so then they can give you some information to make some decisions around that. So I don't know what form that's gonna take at the end of the day, but I think that, you know, creatively, you know, we can sit down with staff and maybe come up with some things that work for you guys, based upon whatever direction you want to go. But you're not going to get all the voters, right, that came out for the election to come in and say. So at the end of the day, what you decide to do, you got to figure out a budget for it, because it's going to cost you some money to do it. And then you got to figure out what level you want to do, and if it's just a pilot, to see, do you get the end results, okay? What's the issue you're trying to solve? What do you want to get out of this? That'll make you feel good.
Okay, did I see that Joel was on?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to Joel is, if residents wished to say, and we had it in one motion to adopt, right, that resident X wants $20 to go to a particular trail, resident Y wants whatever to go to another one. And we take that as one motion, and as a council, we vote to adopt that. Would that not be legal within our process of how to do the budget, since it would be city council adopting the budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
So let me understand. So when we're going through the budget process, and we have information from residents that says, I want my $20 to go to the Lake Marion Trail. So that $20 will go to the Lake Marion Trail once we understand how that budget was, how
That's
that's coming out of.
correct. Basically, the council is taking input from whoever it wants to take input on where it puts the money for its budget. And as Councilmember Schultz outlined, you would collect everybody's vote or desire and incorporate that in the council's action. And you could vote it up or down or amend it. But ultimately, the decision would be the council based on the input provided. But as Ms. Kilvang indicated, you're not going to get 100% participation.
Right.
You're not going to get a questions of how finely granular you're going to get on some of those decisions. All those would have to be refined in your program, however you want to set it up, and capture that input from the residents, whether you call it a vote, a survey, a inkling, or an indication of where they would like money spent. You're looking at increasing participation in that decision-making process.
So that would be part of the budget process. So resident A would say, I want $20 to go to the Lake Marion Trail. So that will be part of the process, the budget process.
Correct. I mean, we can't get there with a direct use of the property tax statement. But as you know, the state with the campaign financing and the non-game wildlife fund provide a checkoff box on the income tax form. What we're trying to figure out, would need to be developed further, is how to engage the public and inform them and get their desires collected in a uniform fashion. And then the question is it going to be worth the effort?
Okay, so we have a lot of work to do. Councilmember Workman.
Well, Joel kind of answered it. So essentially, it's a survey, not a direct allocation.
That's
So
right.
they're not filing their taxes and saying,
No,
allocate.
Yeah.
We would have to initiate some type of a survey
Yeah.
requesting, pick from one of 6 and then receive those in, similar to what we just did with our community survey, ahead of the final budget decision.
okay.
Is that
Council,
accurate, Joel?
Generally speaking, yeah, I mean, you've got some flexibility in how detailed you get. But ultimately, whatever you call it, you're trying to get the vote or the decision from the taxpayer, direct or indirect, resident, direct or indirect, business owner, resident or not, and other people involved that the council represents.
So one thing before I let go, I guess it would be helpful to know what our response rate was from the community survey.
I think
Because I
that'll be
think that
coming
would at
next.
least help give us an idea of how something like this would go based on how the results panned out.
I think that's coming up in
I don't
July.
need it this second, but just
Yeah.
for the sake of this conversation,
Yeah.
it would be helpful.
Councilmember Gustafson.
So Joel, would this need to go out to every adult citizen in the city of Burnsville?
That would be one option, but that's ultimately up to the council to decide who to solicit input from and how.
Well, I certainly don't want to just give it to landowners. We did that in this country once for votes, and that didn't work out very well. So, I mean, everybody needs to have a vote on this.
Everyone who chooses to participate and respond to the invitation.
But in order for them to choose, they have to be aware, which means we need to get a hold of every single one of them.
Or just
No,
mark
there's
it.
not,
They're educated.
you don't just do just landowners.
No, but there wouldn't be an obligation to.
I don't think
Councilmember
anyone
Schultz?
here has put that forward.
I'm just saying, it's got to go out to everybody so they all are aware of it, is what I'm saying.
So I think we have a lot of work yet to do, and this is not something that's going to be done tonight. There's a lot of work. We're just starting the discussion and getting to understand what it is that we want as an outcome of all of this. And what I'm hearing is that the outcome is that we want people to have a say into how much they want their taxes, or what amount of their taxes they would want to go to a certain, whether it's a department or something in the capital improvement plan. So how does that fit into the budget process? I think, and what does that mean? I would like to understand some of the tails and the unintended consequence. If you go in that direction, and then, I don't know how many people will be involved, whether it's everybody in the city who's a resident, that's including the renters, and then also, or just all taxpayers, that would include businesses, and then they would say, I want my money to go here or there or whatever. I just want to understand the unintended consequences of what happens then to the budget, because it'll expand our budget process, and then it'll allow us to get to a point, because we're going to be making an assumption, from what we understand, that the value of that property is, like we had just heard tonight, how much is the medium home is going to pay. And they say, I want $20 to go here or there. How many of those $20, how it will impact the budget going forward? So I also want to understand how it will look when we look out 5 years in our budget. And I think these are all things that we have to thoughtfully discuss, get educated on, and move forward with what it is that we're trying to do here, to get more engagement from people into how they want their taxes to be spent. So.
Mayor,
Yeah.
council members, if I hear, because we always talked about, at the beginning, is like, is there a problem or issue that you're trying to
That's right.
solve? And I don't think that there is one, but what you're trying to do is get people more invited in or a more direct say. So it's something
more
different.
direct
It's not,
city,
you're not,
absolutely.
yeah, you're not trying to solve a problem, okay? So we'll spend some time, right, and going down this line to see where can it go, right? And then you'll come back with what's the expense and other things. But there's a lot of work, so it's not gonna happen for the 2022 budget, you know what I mean? To get you guys through this, but it's something that you would have to look at 2023 and beyond, because there will be implications, but there's so much work to kind of do on, if a majority of you agree that this is something you want to do, how much time and resources and what are the parameters so we can start to put something together.
Right, and getting it down to the parameters, because, I mean, there's discussions of, do you include the entire budget in it? No one has said you have to include the entire budget in it.
Well, I
In
think
one
that's.
city that has participatory budgeting, they have it for their Parks Department, one section of their Parks Department. That's the parameter of it. But it's the entire budget for that one section of their Parks Department. And that is what their residents are making decisions on. So what I'm looking at is, and this is also why I say, like, I am much wider open to different permutations of this, as long as the result is having our residents participate in this, and that they are having more power and direct say. That's what I personally am looking at and why I propose this. So if we as a council and staff and we have invite, because, you know, if we go further down this process, we will have, you know, public meetings and that kind of thing. Maybe it is a section of the budget that is sectioned off, and that is the area. Or it could be those 6 buckets, or it could be looking at specific things, do we start or not start, right? Like one form of participatory budgeting, and these are one-offs though, is school referendums. That is participatory budgeting. It's a one-off, but that's giving a say in that. Another thing is like when a city goes from, we have a volunteer fire department, we're gonna take a vote on, do we go to a paid fire department? Now, that's a one-off, but that's participatory budgeting. So, you know, my parameters are much wider. And I'm looking at this as there's not a lot of cities that have done anything close. So if we are going to go forward, you know, we get to come up with what those parameters are. So, you know, be a little more exciting and far-ranging on it. But that's what I'm looking at. And I think we wanted to have this initial discussion because we wanted to decide, do we take a next step? And the next step is not, do we say yes or no? The next step is, do we take another step in a process? Do we go through a governance process? Do we, you know, what is our next step for discussion? Do we want to do that? So.
If the next step, I would say, if, because we have this information, I think is for us to have another discussion and agree on, if we're going to go to governance, then we have to agree on the parameters, whether, is this going to be a beta test on what this would look like? And then it has to go to governance. And I don't know, do we have to go to the legislature to get permission to do something different with regard to the budgeting system?
So Mayor, Councilmember, I think as Joel had opined, is that you can't, people today can't tell you directly where to spend your dollars, but you can get there through survey, whatever other mechanism to do
Yeah.
it. You know, you talk about school referendums, that's statutorily, you know,
That's
everything is in
statutory.
is in statute on what you can do. So, and that's, you know,
And that's why I'm asking the question,
Right.
do we have to go to the legislature?
depends on what you do. So again,
Yeah.
if you're just looking to get input from people and saying, here's what you can do and give us your ideas on this and where you want to have it to be. And if it's just a survey that you take in, no, you don't. If
Yeah.
it's something that you want to make it, Bob, I got your comments, we say yes to you, Mayor, we say no to you, where you vote all. It's adding a lot of time and process that, may not make
Yeah.
sense, but that's, where you may go, so.
But even in that, we would not need to go to the legislature to get
No.
approval for that.
No, not for that.
Right.
Not for that.
so-
It's changing the system.
My question is, and I think we almost have to start the governance process to get the parameters.
And would staff have all of the information that you need to begin a governance process?
I haven't
Because
gone
you-
through a governance
Well,
process with
because
this
you have
council,
to-
so I'd probably want
Well,
to
because you
beef
have to
up
have
on
a
like what
white
the
paper.
processes are.
Well, there is a white paper that is produced, but the white paper is produced by staff by the directions that we give. So tonight,
It is.
staff came before us with some assumptions from the all-day work session. And it has, we have a lot of discussion around that. And so the thing is, I heard you say, we don't even know. I'm much open. So we have to have another discussion. What is it that we want this to look like? And then staff would have more information to begin putting together a white paper that will have,
Well, there's usually
All of the
steps
information.
before we have a white paper, and
Yeah.
as far as the governance
Yeah.
portion of something. So
And
if we were to enter into governance, it would be so that we could have a more formal discussion, along with staff bringing us ideas, suggestions, and research, so we can even get to where we set parameters if we wish to go forward, because at every step in the governance process, because we went through one
Yeah.
2 years ago, and we killed it partway, because we got to a certain point and we just said, no, this doesn't make sense, so we're gonna kill it. And that's part of that governance process. So I think
because
this
we
is
also have-
complex enough that we need the structure of a governance process to help us map this out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have concerns that we may be spinning our wheels too much. And if it's something we're not gonna go forward with, I would rather know that sooner than later.
Yeah, so if we go through a governance process, there will be some experts, testifiers as well, and community testifiers. And I think to the one that you're speaking to, we didn't even get to the expert testifiers because the white paper gave us information that said, this is not what we're going to go forward with. City Manager
Absolutely,
Lee.
yeah. Yep.
I think, Madam Mayor and Council, I've got a couple thoughts rattling around. One is, it's gonna be helpful to understand if the council is interested in doing this, that next step, what
Right.
exactly that looks like. I think we wanna be realistic about timelines.
Yeah.
This hadn't been something we had necessarily anticipated, so we'll have to talk through what that would look like, and just level set from that perspective. But kind of foundationally, is the council interested in what next? And if that's the case, is there any additional direction you would like to provide tonight, so then we can begin to work on whatever that what next might be?
Councilmember Keeley.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly that we need to take time to get through it, and I agree with Councilmember Schultz. We need the structure of a governance to kind of get through it correctly to get the desired outcome. And there's a little too many unknowns to know what that desired outcome is going to be, but I did notice a few, just in a quick Google search, cities and, that have done something similar, but how they may not have taken it to the step that I think Councilmember Schultz is going for, but Detroit in 2020 put together a new initiative of budget priorities, a survey of their entire population, everybody who wanted to participate. And they actually outlined the 5 areas, improving public safety, vibrance and city beauty, increased economic opportunity, decreased poverty, strengthening city services operations. So whatever those are for us, we'll determine what they are. But they did this as part of an initiative to get the public more engaged in the budget process for the city of Detroit. And so I think this has been done many, many times in many versions across the country. I found one out in Arizona City, a similar one. This one seemed a little bit more finite. And so I think there's a lot we can learn through the governance process and some research being done to see how we can take it from just a simple survey to maybe that next step of utilizing and make it more specific. Kind of like what we talked about at the All Day when we brought up the $5 and Assistant City Manager
Lindbergh?
Lindbergh, sorry, I was going to say Greg, I'm sorry. We're in a work session. Right. Greg, it's awkward up here. You feel like you're caught between formal, informal. Pointed out that we had about roughly, this is just roughly numbers, 30,000, call it property owners, right, homes or business owners. And that a $5 would have $150,000 total impact on our rather large multi-million-dollar budget. So we're talking about a small amount. So even if we went to $20, we're still only talking $600,000, which is a small piece of a many millions dollar levy. So there's a way, I think, to get to what Detroit did, only even take it to that final step and apply what that feedback is into our final decision, and I think we can still live within our budget. I don't think it causes a deficit here and an excess over here.
When we did Partnerships for Tomorrow, and we had 7 areas that the community, over 2,000 people took part in that. The budget was designed around all of those 7 priorities, which was neighborhoods, transportation, public safety, et cetera. So then staff went and they budgeted. Right now, we adopted our priorities, and the budget is designed around those priorities that we adopted. So that's there. And those priorities, we had people from the chamber participated in some of that. And remind me, and we also had our Economic Development Commission. They were all part of that, but I'm hearing more residents need to be a part of. But we have those priorities, exactly what Michigan did, Detroit.
And I think it's not just residents, business owners. Are paying taxes and they have an interest in, whether they live here or not, they still have an interest in the city that their business resides and they're providing employment. So I think everybody should be involved.
And I'm going to use the S word. We did do a business and residential survey. So
Right. It just didn't have a question, where would you like to have X dollars put?
Oh, absolutely not, no.
No,
You're right.
but the thing is, the priorities are there, and so the budget is designed to meet those priorities and to pay for those costs. So the thing is, what I'm hearing is that we go to a governance process and understand what we want to do. And the goal is, from what I'm hearing, is that people can have a say, but we already did that, of where they want their money to go, because we've adopted the priorities. Now, we go through this process, and something else comes up, that'll be additional cost. Now, we have to say yes or no to what that additional cost might be if we missed a priority that some resident thinks we missed. I don't know what that is,
I think we're gonna define that in, like they did, they set out these 5 areas. They didn't say the entire budget, to Councilmember Schultz's point earlier. We can define what the parameters are, so we're realistically containing it, but still engaging. It
Well,
doesn't
and-
have to be the entire, right?
One city actually uses a caucus method. And so for their residents to participate in how the budgeting process is done, I mean, they run it like a caucus. And people are meeting in their neighborhoods, and they caucus, and then they vote on their representative that's going to put their budget priorities forward, and then that person goes to the larger caucus. And I'm not saying that that's something we have to do, but I'm saying that's another method
That takes staff
of doing
time.
that.
That would take staff time to do that.
It would take staff time.
Yeah, that's a cost. So and if you want to go down the governance process, that will give us what the cost is going to be to do something like this.
And my
So-
hope is that the governance process also explores as many options and permutations of this as possible, so that we can look at what is the best methodology that is the most cost-effective to accomplish this. And, what methods have we used in prior times for getting a hold of people? Is it the slip in their water bill? Is it a slip when they show up to vote? Is it an email? Is it, there's a ton of different ways that this could be done. And what we're gonna be looking for from staff is, and perhaps our consultant as well, what are some of those ideas? They know better than we do. I mean, they'll have ideas on how to do that and cost estimates and, what is the probability of getting, because, we're gonna be balancing, how do you get most participation versus cost, right? And those types of considerations. But, and here's the thing, no one said we're doing it every year. I don't think
didn't know
that was said
So-
either.
So that's new to me then. If we're not doing every year, what does that mean in terms of our budget process and the 5-year plans that we put in place that is
Is
very
it-
much a factor?
Is it every
that-
2 years? Is it every 5? Is
Right.
it every year? Is it
To be determined.
to be determined? Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
and I wanted to leave this as wide open as possible because I realize that there's a lot of factors in play. And I want to find, if this is something we choose to go forward with, I want to find the best path for us.
Councilmember Gustafson.
So, I'm trying to get my arms around this. We talking about putting a survey out there using our priorities and our citizens say, yeah, put my money in these priorities, and then we just know we're in the right position? Or are we putting something out there where we put the priorities in place and then we come back later and say, okay, where do you want your money to go? I mean, I'm just trying
Maybe.
to figure okay. There's gotta be a goal here somewhere.
Oh, there's a goal, but what we're talking about
What
is
is the goal?
methodology.
What is
We're
the
talking
goal?
about methodology on the
I
goal.
understand that, but what's the end game? What's the goal? Where are we trying to end up with this is what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, engagement, I love engagement. And putting surveys out for people to say, yeah, you're on the right track in police and fire, you're not on the right track in this department, this and that, let us know that. But once they tell us that, then how do we get to how it originally started, where everybody has money they wanna put somewhere, which we're finding out we probably can't do. So it's.
Well, we can.
We can.
We just have to
We
adopt
can if
it.
we had put 10,000 names on a sheet of paper and they have a dollar amount behind each one, then we vote for it in one fell swoop.
Yep.
Then we can do
I
that.
think we're getting in the weeds.
Well, but we're gonna get in the weeds, and then you go into governance,
That's
we're
what the
gonna
governance
definitely get in the
process.
weeds.
No, that's how we flush it out in the governance process.
Yeah.
We don't need, I think we're jumping right into the weeds, trying to get the tactics
Well, I
down when
think,
we
I
haven't even.
think we should go in with eyes wide open as to what we're about to jump into
Okay.
here.
I'm going
Councilmember-
with
I'm gonna go to-
mind wide open.
Councilmember Workman.
I can't speak for everyone, but to answer your question, Dan, I think where I'm trying to get is where we can find more participation in the budgeting process and the budget as a whole from our community. I think the joke is if your taxes weren't paid by your escrow, you probably would never know how much you paid in taxes in the first place. And this is a way to get our community involved in the dollars and cents of what we do here in a more direct way. And if people don't care and they want it to stay the way it is, then at least we've tried, an experiment, and I think a leading edge experiment to try to get more voices involved in local government. I think there's a turn for people to want to get more involved, and this is us, holding out an opportunity and providing that to people. But like we've been sitting here talking about, we don't know what that's gonna take to do.
Yeah.
But we won't know if we don't try.
Yeah, and the other thing that you identified, Councilmember Workman, most every homeowner has a mortgage. And along with that mortgage is that they pay, the bank pays the taxes. So now they're going to have to say to that bank, oh, I want you to take $10 out of that because I'm going to want that $10 for the city to identify into a project.
Yeah, I don't see that
We
happening.
can't do a direct earmark, right? I think that's what Joel
Yeah,
said.
Correct.
Well,
That's
no, we
off the table.
can't, but the thing is, for the homeowner, because their taxes are being paid
Well, the same
from
amount,
out of the escrow.
the same amount would be going in. They're just saying of that same amount that's going in, I want you
Yes.
to do this with this
Yeah.
much.
That's the concept.
So the amount isn't changing. The only time that would change is based on our levy or the county or the school.
Yeah.
What we're saying is of that amount, tell us what you wanna do with this, of this percentage or this dollar amount. To get
Yeah.
more active involvement in the budget.
Yeah, and then that's
Or
when,
attempt to, at least.
yeah, and then it comes to us and we say, yeah, that goes into the, but what I'm also hearing, Councilmember Schultz saying is that we then, through the governance process, identify, maybe we're only looking to say, here are 3 things that you can choose. That's just, or one thing, or all 6.
I think we joked
priorities.
at the all day that Tanya would love this idea and Ryan would hate it, cause,
Well, sure. Or not just, I think
Mr.
Mr. Lindberg would hate it because you know what? Everybody is not going to want to fund anything that's administrative and back of the
Sure.
house.
I mean, and I think there's something to learn from that, but.
Yeah.
Well, and it would be, so one of the concerns was, what if what people choose is wildly different from what we normally do? I think that would be valuable information to know that our residents have a wildly different view of what to fund than what we think they wish us to fund. So I would sure like to know that so we could start to correct for that.
City Manager Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I think the direction I would like tonight is there direction to go through the governance process? And if that's the case, then I would go back to our team, and I think there's a couple different layers of things that we'd have to sort through, and we'd come back to the council. But I need to know that there's an appetite to allocate staff time for this, and that's a desire of the council.
Yeah.
Then we can go forward, just looking for that direction.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I say
Councilmember
yes, so.
Keeley.
Just wanted to report on some data that I was able to pull. The city of Detroit's population, this isn't property owners, is 675,000 roughly people. I don't know how many property owners that is, but in their latest survey, under their adopted the new
Priorities.
goal of community engagement in the process was a little over 1,000, I think it was 1,092 people, exactly, 1,092 people out of out of all the people that that's the total population, which I suppose you could use that, but they were soliciting feedback with 917 comments. So they had 1,100 people engage in what appears to be the second year of their new initiative of community engagement within their budget priorities process. So as I've kind of alluded to it all day, I don't think we have to worry about getting 30,000 people to respond. I think we're going to find that many people like what we do, but there are people who want to have a voice, that want to speak up, that would feel more engagement to be able to have an opportunity to participate in this. And those are the ones I think that we're really after hearing from, because they want to have an option. And right now, we don't really provide them that option, per se. The survey, they can just say if they're happy or not, but that's different than an actual participation in the budget allocation per se.
Okay. So what I'm understanding, you want to go forward.
Yes.
And Councilmember Workman, I gather that you want to go forward.
I do.
Okay. And we know where Councilmember Schultz is. Councilmember Gustafson.
Well, let's get it on record, just to be sure.
Yes.
Councilmember Gustafson.
Oh, I'd like to have it a little more nailed down, but there's already the majority, so we're going forward.
Yeah. There's a majority. City Manager Lee. And so there'll be more process to look at, what does the governance process would be like, and what that's going to cost us to continue to move forward.
Melanie, it's going to be your first governance process.
Yay.
Okay. Members of the council, and Ms. Kilvan, I want to thank you. I thought that was very well done. And I hope that you will be part of looking at, because writing the white paper will take some research. And it takes a while. So this is not going to happen this year. It's going to be a long process to get through, because we need to make sure that staff has time. Your plate is full to do the research, and you still have to identify. I know that City Manager Lee and Deputy Lindbergh are going to have to talk with the leadership team.
Well, it took us 3 years from proposal to first meetings coming up for our citizens task force, so.
It will take time.
Yeah, it's supposed to. It's supposed to, so that things can be hashed out and done correctly.
And
It's supposed to
thoughtfully
take time.
done. Thoughtfully done
yeah.
with good information and knowledge base, if we're going to make good decisions, and all of that. So, members of the council, I think the staff has direction for this item, so we go to roundtable. We're at 9:31.
Should we table it till our next work session?
Councilmember Workman is
okay with that.
tabling there's a motion and
Tabling the round table.
Yep,
Ta-
let's table the
tabling
round
them
table to our next
round
work
table.
session.
That's fine. I have no problem with that.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to table the round table, so I need a
Say
motion
that
to
real fast
adjourn.
3 times.
So I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Aren't we adjourned by acclamation at work session?
Yeah,